Hello everyone, welcome to another video. It is I, OXSN. Today I would like to speak about the only thing I feel really worth speaking about in terms of I feel it's necessary to update the audience in terms of anyone who cares with keeping up with my story, my life, my experiences. Again, I feel like, and I've said recently, I think the value in my channel, if any, not to be too hard on myself, I tend to be too hard on myself, and that's what I'm going to be speaking about partly in this video. But yeah, the value of my channel, I think, a lot centers around, well, if anyone can relate to me, if you've related to me in the past, if you've related to any of the phenomena that I've spoke about, perhaps of course psychedelics and spirituality being a big central theme, personal development being a big central theme, I'm not going to rehash things that I've said in old content. This video I would really like to give an update and share the experiences I've been having recently in my own personal life. I don't mean to be self-centered and just focus on me as an individual ego. However, that has become quite a lot of what my channel is centered around, regardless of what I set out to do from the get-go. When I started this channel about 2 years ago now, probably just over 2 years long, 2 years ago, regardless of what I set out to do, or what my motivations or aspirations or goals were here on my channel, or what I planned to share from the get-go and where I anticipated that would head, I ended up really, what my channel has become is that it's actually become a documentation of my personal life, which this has happened due to the nature of my videos, like this one where I turn the camera on mostly on a whim, although I've been thinking about making this video in particular for a while. I really just speak my mind. You often hear in the personal development scene, or maybe you've just heard in general, quotes, people say to not share all of your thoughts, don't let your enemy know your plan. Or say Hamza here, you haven't got to know who Hamza is, just a personal development YouTuber who's for the most part like a Western intellectual. When I say Western intellectual, just quickly, I'm not rehashing the same shit I've said in the past, but there's a big difference I notice with spiritual and psychedelic teachers, gurus on the internet or in real life, etc., or those who have not gone down the existential rabbit hole. For example, recently I've been looking a lot at somewhat conservative media speaking against the globalists and the New World Order, this kind of conspiracy sort of looking content. Although I have questioned the conspiracy content. I've seen Leo Gura's videos speaking against conspiracies, but ultimately I've come to land on this kind of conspiracy way of being does seem to have a deep place in the center of me in terms of I am biased towards conspiracy theories, I find. Now, that may relate to what I'm going to be speaking about mainly. I don't mean to drag on, I'll try and get to it, but is mental health that I've been dealing with recently. But yeah, what I was saying is recently I've been watching a lot of this kind of conspiracy content where people are like, or not even conspiracy, like people are speaking against the World Health Organization, speaking against the vaccines, and the poisonous food, chemtrails, etc. I don't know really inherently what I believe and what I know. I'm going to try and be humble overall, and I find that clashes with mental health, despair and hopelessness, these kind of things can actually humble you, and they do tend to humble me. So perhaps that's what my recent experiences have is the universe trying to teach me a lesson. That's a quote I like from Andrew Tate, who's a good example of a kind of a Western grounded intellectual, along with Hamza, who contrast with the deeply psychedelic people like Leo Gura or Ramdas or Alan Watts, Ramana Maharshi, etc., or spiritual people. Um, there is a big difference, and like the reason I make this distinction is because it is important to note that really a big central theme around my channel, and will be important for this topic of this video, talking of my mental health experiences recently. I've been struggling a lot. I am okay. I'm actually doing all right today. But just to quickly get it out of the way is I've been suffering immensely in the mind. It's hard to describe. It's been on and off, but we'll get to it. But yeah, I'm going to try and stay on track because I tend to be kind of sporadic and schizophrenic with the way that I speak. But what I was saying is, so psychedelics are a very central theme to me. Something that I thought yesterday, a kind of a phrase, or basically I kind of gave my life to psychedelics. I'm sure you noticed, if you were my family or my friend. Just a quick summary. I've spoken about this a lot already. I don't want to repeat myself, but you know, like, I was normal like everyone else, whatever that means. I did actually already have a lot of clashes with mental health and depression, the origin of which I'm not 100% sure. Whether it's diet or it's all in the mind, it's thinking, potentially. Which I did want to start this video, by the way, with, if you could do yourself a favor and just snap into meditation quickly for fucking 15 seconds for me and just follow the breath. Shut the fuck up in the mind and just breathe and be mindful of what is in your inner climate and the field. Breathe in and drop the breath. Let gravity release the breath. I feel better already. And that was last night as well. Last night I was struggling a lot with my mental health. Again, suffering a lot in my mind, if you can call it that. Nothing is really happening exactly. It's just there's a lot of maybe somewhat resistance, friction. It may help me just to vent here today, get things off my chest, so to speak. Because speaking about it can help with clarity, I find. My YouTube channel has been of great service to me, just speaking my mind, as it helps reorientate me. This is like a journal to me in some ways, a personal journal. Which is what I was saying earlier, is how my channel has became, regardless of what I set out to do, I end up just speaking my mind. Because the way that I feel really is that if it it depends what state of consciousness I'm in, whether I'm in radical God consciousness, psychedelic solipsism, or whether I'm in ego consciousness, or... But the way that I kind of feel is, the why I speak my mind so honestly. I try to be very honest, I feel, is a virtue of mine, trying to be a speaker here on YouTube, or the internet in general, what I would deem a public intellectual, and I try to have intellectual integrity, is a name that I've been stirring in my mind for a while, as I find that is one of my highest values is intellectual integrity. So the honesty is important to me because who else can relate to let me start again. I hope people can relate. It's very hard to speak about a lot of this stuff. Not because I don't want to or because my ego is like getting in the way, it's because like I don't have the words for a lot of it. So I have been feeling immense confusion, and I'm sorry I'm not getting to the point exactly right now, but I feel a lot of preface is maybe necessary. And again, this is unscripted and just on a whim. And you have to kind of give me a bit of space and time in general and in this video, and I'll get to exactly why, and I'll get into the details of my mental turbulence, somewhat bipolar tendencies. I've been speaking on this for a while on my channel, but like, so if anyone can relate to deep confusion, potentially, maybe this is all just in the mind, but you know, sometimes I feel like the world is alien, sometimes I feel like the world is me, sometimes I feel like I didn't ask to come into this matrix, sometimes I feel like I have been put here against my will, sometimes I don't know who I am, literally, I don't know where the boundary between me and the world is. Side note related to that, like, everything I look at, yeah, it registers as self these days. I see everything ultimately as myself, but myself is a larger notion of self than what most used to, and what I used to be used to before my awakening and my psychedelic experiences. So that's why I'm so honest, is because I feel honesty is a virtue and is important for the potential lost souls out there, which is a term I've resonated with a lot, that's for sure, over my times, sometimes, depends what state of consciousness and what level I'm on, which is another thing. There are many different levels, like, so there's a difference between absolute truth and relative truth, and it's important to make a distinction, which I'm getting better with, of what level I'm speaking on. Whether I'm coming from ego or whether I'm coming from solipsism, which, don't assume that you know every detail of that. I was actually quite wrong about solipsism in some ways, in terms of, long story short, like, solipsism is the idea or philosophy somewhat, or truth potentially, of that you are the only thing, you are the mind, you are God's mind, there is only one eternal entity. However, it gets very tricky because language is very limiting, and there could potentially be multiple active awarenesses that are ultimately the same self, or observing the same body, so to speak. Solipsism is tricky, it's hard to integrate. It took me a good 130 mushroom trips to have my first deep solipsism breakthrough, which is actually a lot of why I've been struggling mentally. Is just quickly, so I had a 12 dried grams of Liberty Cap psilocybin magic mushrooms, and the breakthrough was synchronicity beyond belief, where the whole dream, so to speak, collapsed into, it was clearly being dreamt by one mind, where things were syncing up that were seemingly irrelevant, but it was just impossible. Like I can't. It's so hard to describe. It's like you're in the world, you're walking the world, etc. But like everything that's happening is like, it's like the dream gets intervened to an extent where, like, if you could dream any dream you wanted to dream, you could do anything you wanted, and that's really what happened. Like you get insights and downloads, and then watch them instantly manifest in front of you. Like Like, there's this lyric by Scammer, who has a song with Mr. Traumatic. I very much recommend you check it out. It's called Above Space. And he says, I'm seeing things before they happen in my second view. Stick with me, you do things you thought you can never do. I know you want it, I can hear your stomach rumbling. I'm curiously wondering, will you select the red or blue? Yeah, seeing things before they happen in my second brain. It's like, it's that type of thing. It's like, you anticipate, yeah, I don't know, I don't need to explain it, but... So yeah, I feel that my honesty is a virtue purely for relatability. Me being honest and sharing my deepest, most authentic thoughts and being an open book, which I actually have a lot of insecurity about, which is again a lot of why I've been struggling, is I turned to psychedelics, finding videos on the internet telling me how amazing psychedelics are. I do the psychedelics, I have the most empowering experiences, I overcome my mental trials and tribulations of depression and things that I've known really all my life. And it's so empowering that I want to share it. And I devote myself, as I said earlier, I kind of give my life to psychedelics because of how much they helped me at the time. So the psychedelics was so profound, and I just kept pushing that button, and it kept getting more and more and more, and I just went deeper and deeper and deeper into this like awakening rabbit hole of discovering all sorts of different public intellectuals that were telling me all sorts of mystical insights potentially. For example, Leo Guru, I followed him very, very deeply. I've actually took a step back from him recently as he recommends the COVID vaccine on his video Understanding the Exquisite Balance of Life. He does say in that video that the one thing he does know is absolute infinity. And that's the one thing I do know also. But he said he could and likely is, and he knows he is in some areas, wrong about relative truths. He didn't explicitly say about the vaccine, but the one thing that a lot of us can know is I am. If you've had awakenings, we can know I am and infinite God consciousness, etc. And that is the thing that we absolutely know, because it's a direct consciousness of the true nature of reality and self. So that's one thing that we do know. But yeah, so Leo Guru admitted, which is actualized.org, by the way. For those who aren't familiar, it's the bold guy that I post a lot. White man with a black background. But he did admit humility, that he doesn't ultimately know every relative truth. This comes to the point of omniscience. Omniscience or omnipotence, kind of omnipresence or all-knowing, is really, one is infinitely expanding and forever evolving, which I think is the nature of God. I don't think it is the nature of God. I know that's the nature of God. Leo Guru posted a picture that said, it was a quote made by him, something along the lines of, attempting to grasp infinity with the mind is like trying to bite a basketball. I like that one. So I think God in some sense is unknowable. God being the self being infinity, which is the one thing I do know. And that's what Leo said, so he doesn't know exactly about the vaccines and the relative truths, which he admitted to be humble about for the most part. So I will still listen to Leo Guru, 100%. He is one of, if not like the deepest teacher I've found, especially coming from Western culture, and he certainly helped me a lot with the transition from the machine, the matrix, Babylon, into spirituality and likely I will find more holistic, intuitive teachers like Yogananda, Ramana Maharshi, Dr. Sebi. He's not really exactly spiritual. Dr. Robert Morse. But yeah, Leo Guru I don't think is exactly holistic, and this is the thing you'll notice. I don't mean to go on a rant, but stick with me. Is all the public intellectuals you will find. Same with conscious artists. Check out conscious rapper community, who I'm working with. I'm trying to work with, but my mental health is clashing with my work rate. On there we have all sorts of different public intellectuals in the form of rap music. What you'll find is each one of them can be very good in their own ways, but each one of them is actually missing a few facets. Leo Guru missing the facets of the kind of health ideology, if you can call it that, for lack of a better term, that I kind of abide in, which is the Dr. Sebi and the Dr. Robert Morse and the Illuminati Congo and the Mr. Traumatic. Sorry if you don't know all these names. I don't mean to just contrast public intellectuals all the time. That's like the main thing I do on this channel. But if you're familiar with them, then that would be sick. And to be fair, if you're watching me, like, why aren't you watching them, man? Because that's how you'll get the most value out of my channel at the minute anyway. But yeah, each public intellectual is missing a few facets. And kind of ironically, or synchronistically, Leo Guru, one of the public intellectuals, actually said that you as God done that on purpose to learn, to discern. And that's what I do a lot. I discern a lot, and I'll leave this topic now basically after this final point. But something that's very fascinating to me is how Alan Watts and these very spiritual intellectuals can exist on the same planet and the same world as intellectuals who are of the polar opposite ideology, so to speak. Like, how can you have people who seemingly believe they have intellectual integrity, but they're so radically different? It's kind of profound to me, and that's a lot what my passion has led me towards, is there's all sorts of different talking heads telling you different stuff, and they all seem kind of valid in their own way, and I get inspired by each one of them every time I listen to them. But what one's right? Well, none of them seem to be absolutely holistically correct, unless they're talking solely on absolute infinity, perhaps. But they all have, you kind of have to cherry pick from each conscious artist and each public intellectual, and then build your own. Or ultimately, you don't need them. You can use your own direct conscious experience. Alright, excuse me. I don't know exactly why I said those things. I think I can try and wrap it round without getting too lost. And I'll tie all loose ends shortly. Just give me a minute. So I think why I began to speak on the public intellectuals is I was speaking on my original journey. Is I got into the psychedelics and the spirituality, and I kind of zoomed down this this honeymoon phase of spirituality and psychedelia, so to speak, where I just kept again pushing that psychedelic button, kept taking magic mushrooms mainly, and and things were just like snowballing in a positive way. Like, I was like, I'm finally actualizing. I've got a lot of unreleased trip reports I'd like to share with you, but they're like 2 years old, and I'm gonna do reactions to unreleased trip reports, because I didn't release them because they were quite outlandish, because I was in mania while I was filming due to the dose and the breakthrough experience and the thinking mind. And so a lot of these public intellectuals were inspiring me as well. So sorry if I just went off into a random topic. I should have perhaps just spoke on without giving so much preface, but so that's why I started my channel, is because If you've been following, yeah, I just found the psychedelics, and they just done so much for me, and they were like, it was like, and I still hold this. It's not an opinion, really. It's like, check out a documentary that I was watching last night on Amazon Prime Movies called, I think, Psychedelic Contemplations, something of that nature. It's actually very good. It's about an hour long of animated testimonials. So my channel is really a testimonial of this incarnation, an honest incarnation testimonial to help you with your incarnation, if you are a real soul and if you can relate to me. So it's not an opinion, sorry, it's psychedelics are the edge of everything you know. Psychedelics are the abyss. Psychedelics are novelty. Psychedelics are a novelty engine. Psychedelics are the abyss. Psychedelics are infinity. Psychedelics are the sharpest emotional experiences going. Psychedelics are everything. Psychedelics are the most powerful thing in existence. Kind of. It's not black and white. Psychedelics are not black and white. Psychedelics are ever evolving and infinite. Psychedelics Here's a quote from Leo Goa. Psychedelics, well, the quote goes something along the lines of, psychedelics are something you invented to trick yourself that you aren't infinitely powerful. That's a bit of a deep one. I don't want to go super deep into every topic in the history of the world. But when you take a psychedelic, it's almost like if you become conscious enough, eventually, potentially over years of doing them. It took me many years of actually deep philosophical work and inquiry, which, by the way, yeah, is I feel like this is one thing perhaps I may take on as one of my core pursuits, is sharing insights, because although I know a lot of spiritual people, I don't find a lot of people are as deep into philosophy as I am. Again, Leo Gura, he has a post saying that there is an end to philosophy, which is when you realise that God's mind is dreaming everything, which is infinity, something along those lines. And I don't want to talk about that now, but I mean, yeah, most people don't go as deep with pursuit of truth, I find, as I do. Keep in mind, I was taking magic mushrooms every 2 weeks for fucking 2 years, basically non-stop. Which is a spooky thing, by the way. Recently, I reflected on a trip report, my first solipsism breakthrough, where I said in that video, which is the 12-gram trip. So, a couple days after the 12-gram solipsism breakthrough of the collapse of the dream, the first one I had of those, which completely shattered everything. There was no self, there was no other. All was the body of God, the mind of God, and the illusion was saw through. Also, I was perceiving, and in that moment it was absolute truth. I come down and I did doubt it a bit. Ram Dass says something along the lines of how it's funny how you can have these most pinnacle experiences of God consciousness, and then you just come down and you're like, was that a hallucination? Was that a chemical in the brain? I did do that. I've come now with doing that back and forth of questioning whether or not it's hallucinations in the brain, whether I lost my mind, or whether it's absolute truth and awakening, or whether one thing I have come to realize through a lot of pain and contemplation and integrity of truth and intellectual integrity is that the material paradigm makes no sense. It can't be. That's one thing I'm certain of. I've turned this over a lot. I've gone into the kind of ideology, quote unquote, for lack of a better term, of spirituality and solipsism, but I've taken multiple steps back, going, hold on, how did I come convinced of this? There's nothing I can do. The material paradigm doesn't make any fucking sense, and that's something I'm confident of. Sorry. But yeah, what I was saying is, on that 12-gram trip report is, a couple of days later I took 2 grams, and I was doing the trip report. Yeah, it wasn't a live trip report. I was talking about the trip from a few days previous, and I was on 2 grams of mushrooms while reminiscing. That trip wasn't too deep because of my tolerance, likely. And what I was saying in that trip, as I was saying, get this, this was probably about 4 months ago now. I was saying, I don't think a 3.5 dried grams of Liberty cap psilocybin mushrooms will ever break me through again. And then I went, I don't even think 5 grams would ever break. That's a heroic dose. I actually said, I had the audacity to say, and it actually kind of was the case. And this is how far I went off the deep end. I was thinking of calling my podcast Off the Deep End. And the deep end is seeing into the empty abyss of the eternal, timeless, present moment. And that blows everything out of the water because everything's imaginary, because time doesn't exist. But it depends what plane I'm speaking on, and I want to be humble at the minute. Don't throw stones in a house made of glass. You can't start a fire in a house made of ash. Yeah, I mean, I was probably wrong about the 5 gram statement, but for me to even say that at all is outlandish. Like, I was taking so many psychedelics, and I wasn't even really respecting the substances in terms of my setting. I had one trip where I got on a bus and went to Oxford. And on the way there, I had like demons like extracting energy from me. It was like a depressing trip. Which is another thing, is this energy extraction matrix idea, kind of. You don't have to be familiar, but my recent kind of trials and tribulations mentally have felt like I'm literally being extracted of my soul, like literally, like physically, like I'm like my life force is being sucked from my body, and that's what my recent depressions and mental health has felt like. So yeah, just to clear up more of the preface, and then I'll get into my recent experiences. So I started out my channel very inspired and confident of the upwards trajectory of my personal development and my spiritual pursuits and my intellectual integrity and truth seeking, and I was going to bring that forth to my YouTube and my audience that I was going to build, that I have built somewhat. And I was naive to think it being an upward trajectory, which is another term by Leo Gura, which helps me, is in his video, The Top Dangers of Psychedelics, one of his first points is naive spirituality. And I was definitely a victim of this in my first few videos and my unreleased trip reports, which is why I want to react to the trip reports instead of just releasing the trip reports, because a reaction will show the contrast with my past self versus my new self, my present self. Right. And then back to the honesty, that is one of my highest virtues here, is because of my depression. Not inherently right now. I'm actually okay, really, for the most part. I say that mostly so that the people around me don't worry. I am alright. Sometimes I question if I must have like a fucking brain tumor or something. Like, that's how bad the mental suffering gets for me sometimes. It's like, have I got like something like actually like, it feels like I may be and obviously I am the placebo and I'm kind of manifesting all of this in my mind, so I best just stop entertaining these ideas, is what Mr. Nature and Illuminati Congo would tell me, both of which I've done Instagram lives and podcasts with. Go check them. But yeah, like, that's how tough my mind gets sometimes for me, is like, I think I must have like an underlying physical illness or something, because I'm hurting so much sometimes, like, but it's hard to describe because it's not like, nothing really exactly physical is happening often. I may be ill somewhat, or showing symptoms of some things. Like right now, my gum is really hurting here. I'm not confident why. Or maybe it's just a cold or a flu. Often if I have a cold or a flu or a physical illness, my mental health goes under the water immensely. And it's hard to describe the suffering that brings. And I was always depressed, and I had trials and tribulations like this for as long as I could remember before psychedelic awakening. That's a very important point, or any awakening at all, is my depression actually led me to this, is an important note. The reason I desire the Godhead, partly, or I have desired the Godhead, or the reason I desire to know what is absolute truth, what is the nature of reality, is due to my immense suffering, whether mental or physical. Is the suffering can be so deep that you're done with the confusion and the trials and tribulations, to the point where you just want to almost skip to the end. And I think that's a lot of, yeah, so that's where my pursuit of truth, like actual existential interest for me, sparked due to my depression. Now, saying this out loud, as I say, it helps me, just speaking out loud and venting, makes me realize now in this moment that the depression to me is likely my greatest gift. Because if everything was easy, I wouldn't desire to know what is the deepest truth. My deepest pain and suffering, all it does for me is build my faith, where when I'm suffering for so long, I normally come out the end of it going, the only thing that could possibly make this worth it is if it is all worth it. And what if it is worth it? And that's faith. The more I suffer, the more I go, please God, tell me it's all fucking worth something. And it's building this appetite, which I can hope almost will be released when I do finally come in direct contact with absolute truth, which I have done in the past through psychedelics, but then I can doubt those insights. Which I think doubt itself could actually be its own kind of, like, doubt is actually the problem almost. And you are the placebo, so doubt is kind of manifesting worry. When if you're a co-creator, you can manifest anything you want, kind of. So yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying about that? How, and I struggle to relate to people who haven't suffered immensely, mentally. I don't know how to describe it again. Like, I can be well off. My situation can get worse. For example, K Reno, or K Rhino, an artist who I've really come to love recently. You can find him on the Conscious Rapper Community SoundCloud. I made a playlist with him recently. I've been reposting a lot of his stuff. I really like his music recently. I've been getting into a lot of it. He has this lyric: "You're crying about a broken window wiper, while the other old boy doesn't even have a windshield." That's not the exact quote of the lyric, but you know what I mean. It's like, I don't need to explain it. If you get it, you get it, of course. So, often when I'm suffering, potentially this could be a lack of gratitude, and I'm sure it is a lot. I struggle to cultivate gratitude. I think there's actually something very funny about gratitude that is hard to explain. I'll try to explain it shortly. So the gratitude paradox is kind of like, you can be ungrateful. Basically, long story short, I was having a depressing day once upon a time. A few months ago, I was at the beach with my family. I was depressed, kind of. I don't like to say the label depressed, because I don't believe I am depressed. Like, I can be depressed, but I am not depressed, because then I can go into this low consciousness, believing in labels and these abstract mind concepts. But I was not in a high vibration, so to speak. I was likely far from grateful. And I was at the beach, and then I walked into the ocean, and I was fucking freezing cold. And this is the practicality of the cold showers, is you can be ungrateful, etc., but like, basically just lose everything that you take for granted, and then you will wish to get what you took for granted. If only I could have what I took for granted, I'd be happy. Like, right now my health is pretty good, right? If I got an illness, like quite a severe illness, I would long to be where I was. But when I was where I wasn't happy anyway. So I walked into the ocean, and I was freezing cold. And I thought, oh my god, this is fucking horrible. It was so much better on the land. So I was so grateful that I could leave the cold ocean with my will. Also, it seems. So I did. I left the ocean, and I was grateful to no longer be in the ocean because it was freezing. And then I became grateful for what I took for granted, because we tend to not see what doesn't move, or that what doesn't have consistent contrast, because there'd be too much to take in. And that is the utility of psychedelics, is the background comes forth, and then you can realize that you had everything all along, and be grateful for what you took for granted, because we see what moves. We don't see the background. The background is the contrast for what is moving against the background. So therefore we are not grateful for the background, because the background is stationary, and it would take too much kind of mental energy to absorb all sensory data all the time, which is the utility and the reason for what science calls the default mode network, and that is your ordinary sober state. And psychedelics and other plant medicines can turn off the default mode network and open the doors of perception. Long story short, if you look at the brain scans, even from a materialist paradigm, the brain scan when you're sober, for lack of a better way to explain it, is 10% interconnected with every other part. But in hyper psychedelia, it is 100% interconnected full blast, so that you can taste colours and hear visuals, which I think they call synesthesia. Let me try and speak of this, the problem of gratitude, kind of, is, I think it's when you feel like life is happening to you instead of for you. Life happening for you is known as amor fati, which is a Stoic idea, kind of a philosophy, which basically states that anything and everything that happens ever is used for the good of all and yourself. So it's not happening to you, it's happening for you. You might not be directly conscious of how that is happening for you exactly in the moment, but eventually it will be worth it. And that is faith. And I lean a lot on faith these days because I have no choice because of how deep the pain is sometimes. And perhaps because everything needs contrast, those are the deepest shadow can have the deepest light. There's an image of a tree where its roots, like the deeper the roots reach, the taller the branches reach. That's kind of a metaphor for heaven and hell, or depression and happiness, I guess, or fulfillment. Is that perhaps due to the exquisite balance of life? A video by Leo Guru of Actualizer.org. Perhaps due to the balance of life and everything needing contrast, perhaps it is actually fundamental to reach the highest heights. You have to sink the deepest depths because of the law of contrast and the law of yin and yang, which is something I kind of lean on, where like I've been depressed and hurting for so long. I just hope that the more I suffer, I'm like, maybe the light will just be so bright that, like, you know, you had to lose it to get it. And maybe I'm doing it to myself, maybe I'm as God, like maybe I'm suffering so that when I finally bask in the light, it will be super worth it. There's get this. But yeah, I think so. To finish on the gratitude, I think it can be hard to be grateful when you feel you're a victim. If you feel like you didn't really ask to incarnate and you're just in this matrix against your will, if you have a victim mentality, it can be hard to be grateful even if you have everything, because and obviously if you lost it, you would only desire to have what you took for granted, that's for sure. So gratitude isn't flawed in that sense. But it's like consciousness is timeless. And that's why it can be hard to be grateful, because it doesn't matter if you kill yourself, consciousness never ends. So you can be grateful, but at the same time it's like, I am eternally awake. So, like, and I know that is true. I know it is true. That's one thing I absolutely know. And I'll be humble about everything else that I thought I knew in the past, potentially. But it's like, it can be hard to be grateful when you're just in the void of timeless infinity. Kind of. I am grateful, really, ultimately. But there are certainly times where I struggle to be grateful. What was I going to say? Something very important. There's a song by Illuminati Congo and Free Soul called Shadow Work, which is likely what I've been going through. They say, like, recovering from being placed in shadow, huh? And that's how I feel. It's like you just kind of like. I'll show a clip at the end of this video, actually. Wait till the end. I'll show a clip of the music video. It'll be worth it because it's very. Watch it with your eyes very peeled and try and get the meaning, because it's actually very deep. But they say, yeah, like the shadow work is almost like you just get put into an ego in a culture, and the culture's moving, and you just go along with the culture, and no one's questioning why any of it's even happening, and you're expected to just like suck it up and be a man, but like no one sees the void. That's the thing. It's like everyone's in this like mind level that you aren't, and other cultures have value in mental illness. Those who are crazy in this culture, in other cultures they could be perceived as being sensitive to energy and altered dimensions, to potentially be placed as in a position of being like a prophet for the tribe, or to make the most important decisions due to their energy attunement, which I feel like I am a lot. Partly, like I feel I've had clashes with so-called schizophrenia and psychosis. I actually have a YouTube channel, an old YouTube channel called Spiritual Psychosis. Psychosis is in quotes. And that is a big thing that has been very interesting to me. Is Connor Murphy is a good example. I went Connor Murphy mode, or Murphanity mode. Check him out if you're not familiar. It's a documentary of a documentary by Sunny V2 is a very good one. The full story of, well, no, the fitness YouTuber that went clinically insane, and a similar thing happened to him to happen to me. Is the psychedelic awakenings are so profound. A way that Alan Watts says it is that, like, it's almost like the current of energy is too much for the finite ego. It's like breaking through. Infinity is coursing through the ego and is shattering perception. And most people's perception isn't open like that energetically. And I feel that's often also why I've been suffering a lot, is I'm very sensitive to energy. And a lot of these jobs in warehouses, potentially in this culture, there's a lot of radiation around. Internet radiation could potentially be it. I find people who are asleep have an easier time being David Goggins mode, potentially. I don't know. A lot of that is I need to integrate masculinity. I have been, and I've known myself to be, and I still am for the most part, very feminine. I know this, I feel it, I become very familiar with the feminine energy as I embody it quite a lot. I do feel it's quite my authentic self, or how I turned out to be, regardless if that is the pollutants in the food, or the Babylon government trying to demasculate the population to stop them rebelling, the New World Order, because they're basically turning men into women. That's, and a lot of my friends have been looking out for me a lot. One of which is Katie, who I done the Food Matrix podcast with. I recommend you check that out if you want to hear more about how the government is trying to poison us. You gotta understand, the plan is just to cancel us. Most of the food you eat is hazardous and cancerous. She said to me recently that she was looking out for me, kind of being empathetic with me as I was hurting a lot, and she was giving me advice on integrating the divine masculine, as I am very familiar with the divine feminine, but not so much the divine masculine, so I could have more resilience. Inspector Veg told me to stop being a princess. We speak a lot on the phone because there's an Instagram live that I haven't uploaded yet, which I'm kind of insecure about, only due to how culture will potentially perceive me, because it could be hard to get a job when I'm speaking the way I was speaking. But I was talking about how the environment, I'm very sensitive to the environment at work. We're in this warehouse, the radio's playing all day. I'm scanning barcodes with a gun that's connected to the internet, and it's freezing in there. Everyone in there has Monster Energy for breakfast, and I just feel like I'm in this poisonous matrix. And he told me to stop. Inspector Veg told me to stop being a princess and to man up, which I feel, yeah, I think if I integrated the masculine more, I would have an easier time. So I'm trying to cultivate that, and I'm excited to. Ultimately, I do feel very excited for life. I don't know why I get dragged down and depressed the way that I do, but I'll get into that in a second. Sorry for dragging on so much. It's been nearly an hour now. I think the main part of this, the main part of my talk here about my actual mental breakdowns recently is coming up, and that's probably the juiciest part. But yeah, so when I say non-awakened people are easier to be David Goggins mode, what do I mean by that? David Goggins is like this super masculine, resilient, where like like Hamza is very masculine. You haven't got to know who that is again. just a personal development masculine teacher for young men on the internet. And he's like so masculine that he said like he doesn't even need hot water. He doesn't need comfort of any kind. It's like, and same with David Goggins, like push yourself to the absolute limit, physically, mentally, where like I don't need any comfort. Like David Goggins speaks of the Hell Weeks with the military that he's been through many of, and it's like where they push you to your limit, where like I'm like feminine and sensitive, I feel, where like I like to do my grounding with my feet on the grass to get the electric through that. I have been almost fearful of discomfort. I feel I do need hot water. I don't think I'd get along too well if I had no... I mean, obviously, I would, obviously. But it's like that masculine kind of resilience of like, I don't even need hot running water in my house. I just have cold water. Like Hamza was saying that he was just gonna get an apartment with a laptop, and he says I don't even want hot water, bro. That's how masculine I am. I don't feel like that. I feel quite attracted to comfort. And like yeah, if I'm at work and I've got a cold and like the environment isn't like perfect, I'm such a bitch about it, and that's why Inspector Veg told me to stop being a princess. And that is why I was actually having one of my mental breakdown things, is because I was at work, I was ill. This is a very common theme I've actually noticed recently, due to the other day I had a fucking horrible day, and I can't describe the immense amount of mental suffering that I was going through. And like, people, oh, it's not that bad, you know, you got, like, physically and from the outside, I look okay. But we need to acknowledge that the mind can really fuck itself over. I don't understand how I can suffer so much in the mind. That's what's crazy to me. Is I know a lot of it's in the mind, and I can be grateful and change that. But it's like, if you don't somewhat take control of the mind or be mindful, the amount that I can and have suffered purely in the mind, to the point where it actually physically hurts you, and it feels like you're going to get ill if you continue down this path. People who can't relate to that, I don't know what to say. But my mind can cause physical pain for me. The way that it happens is like my mind just collapses in on itself, for lack of a better term. And it just shatters, I don't know, and I just lose it. So yeah, sorry, what I was going to say is, so these jobs in this culture often can be very toxic. When I'm ill, physically not well, whether that's just a cold or a flu, or whatever the origin of that is, maybe it's the toxic food, I can struggle a lot with that. I struggle a lot as it is just to keep my head above the water mentally in general. But if I have to do an 8-hour shift at a job while I have like a flu or a cold, what I've observed, regardless of if it's my fault or if I'm creating it or I'm being a victim or whatever, my history is, if I go to these jobs in this culture, whether that's retail at a shop, whether that's being a bin man, working at a builder's merchant selling building materials, whether it's working outside or inside, whether I'm working in a warehouse, picking and packing, I've had a lot of jobs. And I do struggle to keep them for this reason. And that's why I was kind of insecure about uploading my Instagram live that I was on about a minute ago. You can find exclusively on my Instagram for now. Is I actually done it on my break while I was actually, this day was, it was the same day that it was actually like one of the worst days of my life. I'm not like, and I sound like a bitch and a princess, right? But it's like, again, it's the mental suffering. I can't describe it to you. I don't know how it happens exactly. It can be a lack of mindfulness, but often I find it's hard to have space to be mindful and grateful when you're forced to engage with a robot all day. So if I'm at my job and I've got physical ailments of illness, etc., and I have to engage with this like digital program that has been engineered by whatever corporation I'm working for, it kind of traps my consciousness in navigating this artificial app. If I'm forced to use an app for 8 hours a day, I struggle to be mindful and grateful. And I think that's a lot of why I was mentally suffering the other day on that Instagram Live one. And on that Instagram Live, sorry, the reason I brought that up is because I said the reason I lost my last job, I was in a warehouse, I said, it's because I'm not a fucking robot. I want to be, I'm hesitant about uploading that, although I've already said countless stuff of similar nature, which is going to make it harder for me to get a job in this culture, which wouldn't matter if I worked for myself and I didn't need to suck the boss's dick. If I was more like self-sufficient and self-reliant, instead of working for corporations, I could speak however I wanted to. But like my family and the job that I got sacked from, before they hired me, they said, why should I hire you based on your YouTube channel? If they were awake and had done psychedelic experiences, they wouldn't have said that. But they eat Rustler's burgers for breakfast and smoke fags, and they're in their they're like 60, 50 years old odd, and they're working a wage slave job, and they just kind of like project their hate onto me because they're just in wage slavery forever and they don't even know it because they're not awake, and they got milkshake blood from all them Rustler's burgers. They got that Tesco consciousness. Search Inspector Veg Tesco consciousness on my Rumble account. It's funny.
Outside the lines, main gang, yeah? Man just had to re-up on that. But remember, anything you eat or drink turns into blood, yeah? And blood is liquid consciousness. So people be walking around with all that Tesco shit, yeah? Eating that Tesco shit and walking around with Tesco blood. And then that's the level of consciousness. So we're dealing with the Tesco consciousness right now. So what you eat, drink, breathe, and put on your skin is how you bring the outside world in, biatch.
Sorry, I just had to play that. This is taking way longer than expected. But yeah, that's why I feel like I got sacked partly, is because no one's awake. And I can't lie, like when I meet people these days, I just want to go, are you awake or not? And if they're like, what are you on about? And I'm like, alright, don't worry, forget what I said. Because if you've had the experience, you've had the experience. And that is awakening, God realization, etc. Which I can't deny. Psychedelic breakthroughs. So that's partly why I got sacked, because I was dealing with the Tesco consciousness, even though I'm Tesco consciousness to an extent, which is partly why I've been struggling with my mental health, as well as sometimes I cave in and I eat that Tesco shit. But yeah, I got sacked because I'm not a robot, and I know that doesn't sound any good. I'm willing to work. It's not that. A lot of it's my mental health. It's just like basically what I realised is and what I said to myself actually after the Instagram Live, where I said I got sacked from my last job because I'm not a fucking robot. That's why. I sent a message to the Conscious Rapper community group chat because I was venting to them a bit about being trapped in wage slavery, which was my first video, by the way. Is I picked up a camera on a 4-gram mushroom trip, and the mushrooms made me realize that I was deeply dissatisfied with my life in wage slavery, and this was fucking maybe 2 years ago. Let's have a look. Is it on here? Right. So I think this isn't this. I uploaded it later on Rumble because I wasn't on there properly yet. Wage slave realization, magic mushroom trip report, I must escape. So this video, I picked up the camera in the midst of a mushroom trip, and this was my very first video on this channel. Is I was having awakenings, and then this happened, and I realized that this job was killing me. I was satisfied with the job until I woke up. Until I had an awakening, I realized I'm wasting my life in wage slavery. The description says, I feel I'm speaking for millions of lost souls, trapped in a forever complexifying synthetic system that is absolutely dehumanizing and soul-crushing. If you care for my message, please help me grow and I will help you. And together we can fight for a new world. I decided to take 4 grams of Liberty Cat Magic Mushroom psilocybin alone on an empty stomach. It came on very fast and I could feel the potential of the dose, but it remained pretty mundane for the first hour or so. I almost regretted my decision as I became very tired and noticed how abused my body was feeling due to long shifts and lack of rest. I decided to lay in bed, knowing that I would have no choice but to remain awake thinking for 6 or more hours. After a while, I decided to listen to Terence McKenna, The Weirdest Tales. I highly recommend listening, especially while tripping. This completely changed my mood and thoughts started racing at super speed. I listened for probably 35 minutes while contemplating existence. Visuals were mild, as I've done mushrooms a lot. And I mean a lot. And that was before I'd even done it. That was a fraction of what I've done now. So that I was definitely in naive spirituality back then. I've evolved a lot. They seem to become harder to distinguish the more I do them. I think I meant the visuals. The visuals seem to lessen. It becomes more about cognitive hallucination rather than visual hallucination, if you can call it a hallucination. Most newbies are enraptured with the visuals, as I was, but as time goes on, you become enraptured in the insights. While all this is going on, my subconscious begins arising to the surface, and the existential thoughts about what I'm going to do with my life become stronger and harder to ignore. I had no choice but to stop listening to Terence and explore these intense feelings that were arising. I continued to think intensely for 20 minutes or so and realized all I've done for the past year is work non-stop. I of course already knew this, but I never fully realized I was wasting my life, running myself into the ground, forgetting my dreams and ambitions and just selling my soul to a corporation and system that doesn't serve me. Then without thinking, I picked up my phone with anger coursing through my veins, hit record, feeling I'd had a rude awakening and been shot in the face with a hard truth. And this is what you see now. So that's a description of my first video. And there it is. As you can see, I'm quite younger there.
Shifts every fucking day, and then I have to work every other Saturday. No fucking thank yous.
So yeah, that video, I actually become very insecure about this video as well. But I'm devoted to honesty. This is what I was saying about honesty is, I hope that you can appreciate it, because it's actually quite fucking very hard for my ego in ways, in terms of, I want to remove half of my content. Most of my content is ignorant, but it is the honest path of me. Most of my content does not pay dividends to my reputation these days, because it's a projection of a dysfunctional mind for the most part. Because although I was partly a victim to the system, I was also a victim to myself. For example, here's a good example. I can complain about how most of the food in this culture and this day and age is polluted. However, when faced with the choice to eat the polluted food or not, even if I have no excuses, there were still times, and there have still been recent times, where I will eat the polluted food. Sorry that my dog is snoring in the background, fuck's sake. And this is partly why I need a bit of a break in terms of, I'm not ready for YouTube. I'm not ready for this. I uploaded a video about my new year, new me kind of thing, where I was being so motivated, but honestly, I need to heal. That's the main thing. So I lost my mind with the psychedelics. I went off the deep end way, way, way far. I need time, because although I can feel good and motivated a lot of the time, I come back and forth constantly, and I'm always learning and evolving, going in and out of happy to sad, kind of bipolar tendencies. God, that dog is distracting me now. Yeah, that is part of it, man. Because I'm not ready to, like, I literally can't do YouTube videos if I have to live with this dog, which is a French bulldog, which is snoring like this. I'm sure it's not too much of a problem for you now, potentially, but this is what I mean. It's like I'm often frustrated with my environment. My house yesterday for me felt like a prison. I feel a lot of tension and unease in my body, anxiety. I didn't used to have it. I didn't used to be able to relate to people with, say, social anxiety. But when it happens to you, it happens to you. And don't judge something that you haven't really been through. But yeah, like, my actual environment is not really suitable for me to create quality content. I'll show you my room shortly. I'll show you my fucking bedroom. I don't want to. I made a video about a year ago, actually. I was speaking on, it was going to be titled "Why I'm a Degenerate." I deleted it. I've deleted a lot of my videos that I've never uploaded in the end. I won't delete this one, hopefully, but yeah, like I made a commitment to keep most of my content up and available on YouTube. Because yeah, it's my honest path. So even though on that thing I'm just complaining about having a job in this culture, and I think having a job is actually a scam, because the earth is built in abundance. So any NPCs watching this, you may be coming with a lot of assumptions, you may not be understanding me exactly. Like, if you've researched other cultures, you'll see that the way that this culture operates is far from the only way. But yeah, I said I'll show you my room in terms of, because it's a reflection of my mind, kind of. I didn't actually know that I was poorly in the mind this whole time. My recent experiences of mental health collapse have enlightened me that I couldn't have possibly been very well in the past, because I've had such mental turbulence recently that I am clearly unwell, and I have likely been unwell for a long time. Upon reflection, I may have not have known that I was mentally ill, so to speak, at the time, but yeah, upon reflection it becomes more clear. Ultimately, it's just a story in the mind, I guess. But yeah, so 2 years ago I'm complaining about wage slavery, and then 2 years later I'm complaining about wage slavery. In the most recent one, I've said that it is a lot my fault. Like, I've brought a lot of, like, marijuana and magic mushrooms. A lot of that is just because of the pain. I'm trying to heal the pain. I'm trying to escape from the pain. With vices, mushrooms aren't mushrooms. And every time I take a good dose of mushrooms, I get downloads and mystical experience from fucking infinite mind. And that become almost addicting, not physically addicting, because magic mushrooms cannot be physically addicting and cannot be physically dangerous unless you kill yourself or take like an impossible amount, which anything can be physically dangerous in that case. But yeah, the mushrooms, the reason I become somewhat psychologically dependent on the mushrooms is because every time I take psychedelics, they enlighten me out of ignorance. What I was speaking of earlier about how psychedelics open the doors of perception and bring the background forth. So if I was struggling with depression, I would turn to mushrooms, which would then remind me of my divine existential nature as God, as consciousness, which I tend to forget. I tend to forget when I'm in the machine that is culture and Western civilization. Of this industrial kind of late age capitalism. Right. So yeah, so I think, like, to an extent, yeah, I am a victim to the system in a lot of ways. Inspector Veg is saying, like, when we're not healed, we love to blame the environment. And yeah, I do get that. I replied to an extent, it is the environment, but I think, yeah, what I concluded is that, like, hypothetically, you know, we could go into war, we could get bombed, so your circumstances could become even more detrimental and more painful, unless you could overcome that via enlightenment or yoga or karma yoga or whatever. Which is a term that has become much more relevant to me now, is karma. Not karma as in the universe punishes me for being a cunt or for being selfish. I mean karma as in everything needs contrast. I'm an infinite shaman going through a spiritual meat grinder to learn lessons through pain. I kind of got this timeless shaman insight via LSD. I took 4 tabs of tested LSD one day and then 6 tabs the day after. Mostly I was listening to Illuminati Congo, as I just discovered him on the same time as I took those doses, and that was quite an enlightening experience in general. Again, Illuminati Congo you can find with the Conscious Rapper community. Me and Michael de Souza and Ryan Sanders are working together to create a interconnected hub to navigate the world of conscious artists and music with a meaningful message that will lift your soul. Alrighty, I might actually play that Instagram live I done the other day at the end of this because it's relevant, and then I might do that instead of exporting it. That will probably be wiser, to be fair, because then I don't actually have to upload it like that. And I may actually play a different Instagram live after that, which was, I think, the day before, and you can tell my vibration is very different. That's what's interesting to me as well, is because regardless of the environment, my internal state and my internal vibration can change drastically, but the circumstances can be relatively the same. So yeah, I think about the wage slavery and stuff. So yeah, when I was saying about getting bombed, so we could get bombed like Gaza. We could be in detrimental circumstances. Water supply, food supply cut off. No heating, no electricity, right? Because it's similar to how these jobs in this culture can be quite toxic. When I was a bin man, I was running around exhausts all day, breathing in toxic fumes. Same with when I worked in a builder's merchant, I was inside a warehouse breathing in propane gas from forklifts and exhaust pipes, etc. And if I have to breathe in gas like that while I'm ill, that is when my mind collapses. And I think potentially that's like survival, my deepest intuition telling me to get out of there, but I can't afford to say no. So I just end up feeling like trapped. And about that, is this. This is what I messaged the Conscious Rapper community group chat after venting about wage slavery a bit, is that regardless of how hard it may be, right, we could get bombed, anything. Keep faith, keep truth, keep the vision, and you just might get there. I know we're already here in the present moment and everything's already done and there's nothing to do in the Tao teaching. Someone in Inspector Veg messaged me, you know what, I'll find the voice message. Yeah, if you're familiar with the Tao or the Tao or whatever, like the Tao Te Ching, it basically says let go, everything's already done, go with the flow. If you're familiar with Alan Watts, Ram Dass, Ramana Maharshi, spiritual teachers, I was talking to Inspector Veg, I was playing earlier, Tesco Consciousness, and this is what he said about the Tao. I can't remember what context exact, but it's funny, just listen to the I'm actually going to play our voice note conversation we had the other day while I was at work, because he was trying to give me advice. A lot of people have been giving me advice in the Conscious Rapper community, so thank you so much everyone who's been trying to help me, because people have perceived me not being well. Ryan Sanders commented he wanted to help me on a recent video. I'll show that comment shortly. But yeah, listen to what Inspector Veg has to say about the Tao.
I tell you what, when you're skint, there is no Tao.
I'm going to play the message that I said to him before he said that, so you understand the context. Sorry if that was really fucking loud. One sec. I don't know if I said this a second ago, but they say like it's like no matter where you are, in a sense, like if you try you might just get there, but obviously if you don't try then you won't. So it's like you almost always end up in the same position. I don't know if you noticed that, like even if you make a bad decision, you eat some shit or some shit goes down, you always just end up in the present moment with whatever resources that you do have, and there's only one way forward, isn't there? Like forward optimism. So yeah, ultimately we just got to try, and like I think like the psychedelics was clashing with because like deep spirituality, I'm sure you've noticed, can clash with personal development, because you're saying that like regret, that the pain of discipline or the pain of regret, right? And then some spiritual teacher will go, don't regret anything, just let go, man, into the Tao, into the infinite flow with the present moment. But it's kind of stupid.
I tell you what, when you're skint, there is no Tao.
Come on, that's the funniest shit ever, man. When you're skint, there is no Tao. That's jokes, man. That's funny. Yeah, I'll play our conversation shortly. He is right. 1 second. 1 fucking second, bro. But yeah, check out that. I've got a video called Spirituality versus Personal Development. I've got a recent video which is not very good, I'm not very proud of, kind of insecure about it. Half the time, like Psychedelic Actualization commented on my video, Self-Help Forgot the Fifth Dimension. And I was almost like sad that he watched it, because it's like, it just wasn't really good. And like, I don't know. And that's the one that I was motivated for the New Year's resolution type thing. And then like shortly after I just fell off immensely. I think that was, to get to like the meat of the topic eventually now, finally, is yeah, like I ate like loads of sugary biscuits for like 3 days in a row, which was not like me at all. And health is a virtue for me, and that was a big L for me. And yeah, I can eat shit food, and that makes me so sad. And the experience, I shut down for like 3 days. If you're familiar with the shutdown of depression, that's how it is. I was just smoking weed. I don't tend to desire sugar really if I'm not smoking weed, which is another thing. I haven't smoked any weed today. I have been thoroughly addicted to weed, which is another thing. Is like, I don't understand how I thought I was like so, like, because I've had severe mental health in the past, and I kind of thought I was over it this past summer, but I was addicted to weed the whole time. I didn't know that I was unwell until I had a severe clash with mental health recently, which kind of enlightened me to like, how could I have been well, man, if this could happen to me these days? Mr. Nature will tell me, and Mr. Nature, I think, and Yogananda and that will say, kind of the Tao kind of talk is present moment, you're not broken, you're timeless awareness. I get it, we do live mostly on the relative plane, though that doesn't really contradict. I actually have come to respect Mr. Nature a lot more. We haven't spoke quite a bit now on my YouTube for a while, but our relationship and friendship has evolved a lot as I've come to respect him. I actually have been integrating a lot of his lessons and getting a lot better with enlightenment and his kind of shtick. I have countless podcasts and Instagram lives with Mr. Nature, which is actually really some of my deepest metaphysical content on my channel, so go check that out. And again, it touches on this kind of personal development versus spirituality shtick. I don't know what the fuck I'm going on about or why I showed you half of the shit I just showed you. I think I best just tell you now finally about my actual experiences with my clashes with mental health recently. And so I'll show you the workplace that I was. Let's talk about the other day when I was at work, right? First of all, let's talk about this day, which was like one of the worst days of my life. I'll show you the environment where I was, because I just actually found a video that I sent to Inspector Veg while I was at work, because I was playing his song. Here, watch this. This is me at work. So this environment that you're seeing is the environment where I had this mental breakdown. No one could see that I was having a mental breakdown, and this is partly why I struggle to keep jobs sometimes, because I was doing a good job at this job all week, right? But this one day, my mind collapsed, right? And it's hard to explain to people, and I don't like to explain it to people because it doesn't really make any sense, and I struggle to find the words. But I felt like potentially I could get pulled up on my not so good work that day, in contrast to previous days, which didn't happen. But I was really struggling to like almost get anything done because my mind was hurting so much. Like I literally felt like I was getting sucked the life force out of me, like I'd been possessed or some shit, or like I must have like something actually like a physical illness that I don't understand, like that I can't. And again, maybe this is all a dream in God's mind, which kind of recontextualizes a lot. And if I am the placebo, then I best stop entertaining these ideas. But that's what it feels as like is the mental suffering is so intense, and the environment seems like relatively okay, but I don't understand how I can suffer so much then, if everything's alright, supposedly. Like, when you look at me, it's not like I got my fucking arm chopped off, so how am I suffering so much? That's what makes me think, well, perhaps, like, there's actually something, like wrong inside my body. Because if everything seems alright, for example, there's this lady at this job, actually. Not to go too deep, but one day she's working, she's fine. I did intuit that she didn't look super healthy when I got there, as most people in this culture. I'm not hating, I'm just sorry. But one day she's getting on with her work and she's fine. And the next day, she's no longer coming into work anymore because she basically had developed some form of dementia, where she doesn't know what year it is, she doesn't really understand the house and the environment or something of that nature. I'm not putting words in people's mouths. Sorry, it's a sensitive topic, potentially, depending on who's watching, but yeah. So that's what I mean. It's like I could be suffering so much, and then Inspector Veg can tell me to stop being a princess. But people can, like, I think telling me to stop being a princess can come with a lot of assumptions. I don't want to be a victim. Ultimately, I want to take responsibility, right? But yeah, this lady at work, one day she's functional, and the next day she basically loses her mind. Literally, like, to the point where, like, she's no longer really functional. And the day before, she's in an environment with loads of people at work. So if she were to do some questionable behaviour while at work, people could judge her. Stop being a princess, man up. Well, she was literally lost her mind a few days later. So who's to say to me now, you could be judging me thinking that I'm a dickhead and that I need to stop being a princess and a man up, and I'm sure that's the case. But what if in a few days I got an extreme diagnosis that absolutely radically changed everything about me physically? Then what? Maybe my suffering actually has some underlying. But I think the thing is, I feel like thought is creative, and we're like I'm creating it as I'm saying it, so I just don't want to entertain these ideas. But yeah, so let me show you the environment. Keep in mind, the video I'm about to show you, I was in control of the music, which is why I've got Inspector Veg playing on the speakers. And I was basically alone in this warehouse this day, and I had a decent day. But the day that I was having the mental breakdown, I had to listen to the radio, or I got to listen to the radio, and there was loads of people there, and it was busy. But yeah, so this is the environment, basically, long story short, except I wouldn't have been able to film and have my own music on because there was multiple other people. But I'm just scanning CDs and putting CDs away, and the gun is connected to the internet, and I'll just show you the video. This is my workplace that I had a mental breakdown in, that no one else could see. They might be able to see it on my face, potentially. I feel like my face is often a mirror of my internal state. Especially because I'm more sensitive to energy I feel through magic mushroom abuse. But yeah, I'll show you the environment that I was in, and then I'll get into my mental breakdown that I had on that day.
I said the soul is more powerful than the matrix. Face it. Cause we don't need all this money and technology. We need nature, and now we need to go back to basics.
Yo, said the soul is more powerful than the matrix. Face it. Cause we don't need all this money and technology. We need nature, and now we need to go back to basics.
I said the soul is more powerful than the matrix.
Face it.
Cause we don't need all this money and technology. We need nature, and now we need to go back to basics.
Yeah.
So yeah, lads, that is the environment in it. Right, so yeah, the other day, while I was at work, well, I was partly ill. Like I said, my jaw was kind of hurt. I didn't have a cold. I didn't really think I was ill. But yeah, work began. It was alright in the morning. I felt alright on the way there. 2 seconds. So I'll try my best now to describe the actual experience of my kind of mental breakdown while I was at work a few days ago, which was the same day of the Instagram live that I will play at the end of this video, or export, or leave linked in the description, or all of those. Which is like a 30-minute Instagram live that I took on my break, and the plan was to do the Wim Hof on my break to see if I could. Yeah, so I took my break early. To see if, and now my plan was to do the Wim Hof breathing method to see if I could heal myself so that the rest of the day wasn't so sufferable. So I went on my break. I ended up just doing an Instagram live. I did do a bit of breath work, but I ended up talking for the most of the time, for 30 minutes. Bespoke was in the chat, etc., and that people were just talking to me about what I was kind of venting about, being trapped in the system, etc. So yeah, the mental breakdown was like, the way it went down is it's hard. Like, the thing is the actual experience is beyond words. So I don't do it justice by telling you, and when I say it out loud, it kind of introduces like paradox and like, because if I were to, while I was having the mental breakdown, if I was to speak about the exact reason why it's happening, it might have actually killed why it was happening through logic, because I would have seen that it was delusional. But I feel like a lot of it is brain fog, physical unwellness, disalignment. So I think there was a lot of mental resistance. Say like the radio is playing whatever the radio plays, just like the worst music ever. I can't lie, and I'm judging the radio. I know that sounds stupid, and but to be honest, when you're forced to listen to this fucking like the stupidest shit you've ever heard. But then that's the thing is, Illuminati Congo has a lyric: resistance and judgment is the root of suffering. And I was telling myself these things while I was there. Normally I can like to listen to a podcast while I'm at work. I could not listen to a podcast while I was at work this day, because it was just like, it was too much for me. Too much shit going on. Another thing is, actually, yeah, my hands have been swelling. They've actually stopped swelling since I've stopped going to work. For now, I'll be back soon. But it got so bad about 2 years ago where I couldn't even grip a banana and open it, because my hands were like full of water, where they'd get like red. So like when you clench your fist, you can see water, like there's liquid in your hands and your feet. And when I get hot, they begin to itch. And that itself, just like, it makes me want to get out of those environments, because my hands are cold in that place potentially, which it is quite cold in there. Yeah, and like, you know, while I have to be at work while my hands are swollen and while I'm ill, etc. Inspector Veg told me in our conversation, you know, it's not what you want to do as a man. As a man, you do what you have to do. And I do actually really like the masculine ways and philosophy. I'm very familiar with it. I've watched a lot of Hamza and David Goggins and countless podcasts that have seen my video, The Power of Podcast, where I go into that. So I'm familiar with very different intellectual perspectives, and I do resonate, and I like the masculine way, and it's very inspiring to me. Of a warrior mindset, of resilience. Like my dad, he grew up being a construction worker, etc. But like for me, if I'm on a construction site and my hands get so cold where I can't even use them, I can't do it. I can't just push through and like keep doing the job. I mean, I have to as a man, I guess, so I best shut the fuck up to do that. So I guess I'm being a bitch and I'm too concerned with my own health. But my physical body is my most valuable possession. And I can't help, like, especially when this entire culture is built on lies. When I keep turning up to work and I'm like destroying my health for a corporation, when this whole culture is built on greed and Earth is built in abundance, if you research different cultures, ayahuasca ceremonies, etc. Like, there's so many different inspiring ways to live, but we choose to be in like this, like the city. What is the city about, man? Like, have you seen Kensington Avenue and stuff, of like these drug addicts like covering the streets like a zombie apocalypse? What is the city about? Like the vaccine mandates and things of this nature. I think it's very fishy stuff. So I can't help but blame and be a victim to the system partly. But yeah, it's the health gets to me. Being in a toxic environment while I already feel down in the dumps about my health, etc. Like the sun's out and I'm forced to be inside, away from the sun. Toxic people as well in the workplace. That's partly why I lost my other job, is because my colleague, like, it's like he must have hated himself so much that he just loved to piss me off. There's these people that, like, it's almost like they love to annoy you, but they don't really let you know exactly how they're doing it. It's like work must just be the highlight of their life or something, partly. And there's a lot of subliminal people. Like, at the end of the day, if I look at a person and they're literally like eating shit, smoking shit, which I've been a victim of, I'm trying to get better, but they don't even have an interest to get better. It's like you almost see through them immediately, in terms of, you know, you're obviously going to be dysfunctional and annoying if you're, well, like, what do I expect from you if you eat fucking Rustler's burgers for breakfast? That's what I'm on about. But yeah, I mean, some of these jobs, like, the colleague just loves to talk to me, but he loves to piss me off while he's talking to me. He loves to insult me as a joke, and I won't have it. And that's why I lost that job, partly. The other job is because I won't get spoken to like shit. I won't suck it up. I don't like, because that's the thing, is like, I have to suck the boss's dick because I can't afford to say no. But if you're being a cunt to me like that and you're insulting me, I will tell you to stop, because I'm not going to let you steamroll my confidence and my self-esteem subconsciously by letting you talk to me like shit because I can't afford to say no. Just because you're my boss doesn't mean you're anyone else to me. You can't talk to me however, like, and why would you want to? Because you hate yourself. So you could see how my channel was just a big projection, kind of, in terms of, like, I just vent like this, and this is why I'm an open book. Like, I can't help but be honest and let people know my innermost thoughts. Like, it's the way I am, it's the way I'm gonna be, sorry. But yeah, this day at work, this mental breakdown, how is it? I don't know. It's like, yeah, so there was multiple times where I leant over and I would just stare at whatever was in front of me. It'd be irrelevant. And, like, it's just the state of consciousness itself is hell on earth. Regardless of an explanation, it's like, again, the best way I can feel about, like, it's like I'm literally having my energy extracted from my soul. Like, my actual life force is being pulled out of my body. That's what it felt like. Like, and I felt about it, like, it got so bad. Like, I was having these thoughts about, like, the devil, literally, like, about, like, joining the dark side. Not that I would, or, like, whatever the fuck that means, but I just mean, like, it was almost, it was like a, I can't describe it. It's like, it's literally like psychosis. It's like the devil, I don't know. It's like the pain. It's just so much pain. How do I describe it? And it's not because of a story of me being at work, or not inherently. It's like, some days I wake up and I'm good, and some days I wake up and I'm fucked. Like I said, the environment isn't inherently the cause, often. Right. I'm going to play my voice messages with me and Inspector Veg now, I reckon. So yeah, like, why I was suffering so much, like, a lot of it is potentially as well because, like, the people around me are, like, again, drinking Monster Energy for breakfast, etc. But I don't know if that's really a valid thing. But what have we got here? Alright, I'm going to play you mine and Inspector Veg's back and forth dialogue of him giving me advice. He often calls me and gives me advice, which I'm very grateful for, and I've come to integrate it a lot more recently. Like this one above here, well, I don't know, actually, hold on one sec. But yeah, he tells me to get off the internet, do a net fast, get focused on skills. There's no Dow on your skin. But yeah, alright, let me find these messages, because it was actually about work and this breakdown type thing. I think. So, because he watched my Instagram live, which I'll play at the end. And then this was his response. I feel I'll play this first. So this is his response to the Instagram live that I'm yet to show you. But I'll show you this first, as I feel this will have more value to you immediately. But logically I should play them the other way round. But I'll play you this first. 1 second, let me find it all. Yeah, so sorry Inspector Veg for leaking our private voice messages, but I think that I don't think you'll mind. But Inspector Veg is a good person. He has the purest heart. He's been through so much shit. And no one inspires me like Inspector Veg. I've got videos of his on my channel. But yeah, here I'm going to show you a screen recording of our back and forth dialogue to provide context to what I'm speaking of, as Inspector Veg saw my Instagram live on my break while I was at work, while I was complaining about Babylon and how much I was hurting inside, and this was his response, and then we proceeded to have this conversation.
Yo, G. The pain that's burrowed inside all of us has been manufactured by Babylon, but we have to feel into that pain and go into the subtle sensations so we can reclaim the parts of ourselves that we lost and build the bridge back to ourselves. So I guess it all comes down to feeling, really. But yeah, if we just highlight and point out the problems of the mechanism we're in, it still doesn't take the pain away. So it's the inner work, G, and just developing those mature psychological structures, becoming a warrior, training hard, working, building the money up, learning the skills, and doing what we need to be doing. Most of the work that we need to be done is not on the internet, G. But yeah, God bless you, man, and have a good day, and I'm glad to see you moving forward, man.
Cheers, broski. I really appreciate that, you know. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm integrating what you're saying. Even if I don't get it immediately, I am getting there. So I appreciate you checking up on man and that. And you definitely got the wisdom when you're talking about everything that you've been through in your story and your past and your traumas, etc. Results in you saying things like what you said above, and you say it on your story often about how trying to run from the pain, etc. And you're very open on your story often about for example, when you say like that you can't provide the love that you never got or something like that. I don't know, I see your I respect your wisdom and knowledge and stuff to do with the pain and the healing and stuff, because you definitely talk a good talk about that about all that type of stuff, my G. But yeah, man, yeah, I don't know, I just got bogged down, bro. Work today. I see you commented on my live, but yeah, I'm getting there. It's all created in the mind, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, it's just feel it to heal it, you know. But yeah, I made this the day at work like literally like feel so long, because my mind was like clinging and resisting everything all day, and it made the day like take so long. But yeah, man, I don't know. We'll get there, bruv.
Yo, bless, bro. Yeah, like I was saying, yeah, coming on the breathwork on Sunday at 9:30 and 5, man, and see what comes to the surface, G.
Yeah, I'm with you, bruv. I get you, but it's like when I'm ill and
I don't know if some of the messages were deleted. Oh no, sorry, I missed. Sorry, I fucking that's me. I'm being thick. I missed one. one sec.
Yeah, I probably better do, to be fair. I always notice, like, I've stopped doing the breathwork since the sun stopped coming out. And normally when I stop doing breathwork, it is directly, coincides with how good I'm feeling, genuinely. Like, when I'm not doing the good habits, I feel like shit. So, yeah, I don't know, yeah, I'm free Sunday. I could do the breath work. I tried to do it last year around this time, to be fair, and I just bailed, but hopefully I can do it this time properly, I guess. Would be nice.
Also, it's good to be aware of blaming the environment and saying, oh, the environment does the fake food and Babylon this and that. Kind of be aware of that. Like if you was a golfer, you'd probably blame the golf clubs. I read that in a book, so kind of be aware of the powers in you, the power to discipline, like when you sleep, what you eat, when you study, when you stretch, when you train, and that type of stuff there. So you've got to watch that we like blaming the politicians, blaming the government, blaming the environment, blaming our parents. We've got to watch out for that, man, and just take responsibility and just grab life by the balls and just go out there and just do what we gotta do, man. Yeah, you got this, man. I believe in you, G.
Yeah, I'm with you, bruv. I get you, but it's like when I'm ill and then I go to work, all my alarm bells in my body are ringing up telling me to get out, but I can't, because I can't afford to say no. It's like when my body is already ill or got some form of illness or I'm hurting already, that's when it kicks off normally. If I've got my health, I'm alright, but I can't be in there when I'm ill. And I'm definitely, but that place makes me ill. So I get you, man. I do get you. But like, I don't really know. Because, bruv, it's like, it is the environment, bruv, to an extent. I know, obviously, I've got to do something about it, but it's like, it is the environment. The environment's fucked. It's making me feel ill, bro.
Yeah, so I can tell that I'm quite low vibration in that message. This is real me talking now, of course. And ultimately, I'm speaking things into existence, and you know, you just got to be trying to be positive. And often I say like, oh yeah, I know I could be grateful, but or like, I know I got to do something about it, but it is the environment. So basically, like, yeah, the environment, I'm right to an extent. It is shit. It will make you ill. It is gonna fuck you up. Going to work every day like that is unhealthy, of course. In those environments, having a boss of that nature, especially if it has nothing to do with your life purpose and it is just flat out wage slavery and you've been doing it for years. However, as I said, it's not forever. That's the main thing, is we have to keep a vision and say, this ain't gonna be forever. We just have to do the best we can do and save money. That's what, here he goes, Veg says here, stack that P. And in my previous job, I wasn't planning on losing it, but I just spent my money on weed and mushrooms. And yeah, partly the weed was to heal the pain, etc. And addictions, but yeah, that it is hard. But you learn when you make mistakes. So Inspector Veg replied to that voice note, that's building strength. Some men have 4 kids and a madre, or a wife, and do it for years. You can't be a princess, you have to toughen up and stack that P. It's life. Develop your warrior side or you'll stay as the eternal child. It's not forever. It's to get a car and a license and save a few grand, or you can save and go travelling. Go to India if you like spirituality. I'm in South London in the ghetto. I'm working and stacking P. Build a strong body and a strong mind. He then leaves this voice note.
And that's for that as an affirmation. The environment is making me ill. That's going to make you feel like swag. It's like saying, I don't feel well. It's a negative affirmation. I commit to rearranging my thought patterns to allow myself to reach my highest potential. That's definitely going to be better than it's the environment. My environment's making me ill, because that's very disempowering for yourself. So
You know, you're still young. You've got time to go out there, work loads, get to the gym, learn a martial art, go to work, stack up your P, get your driving, get some shit behind you, man. You ain't gonna get anything by just sitting on the net complaining about your environment and that. You gotta make it happen, man. A man doesn't do what he wants to do. He does what he has to do.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I just got to focus on the bigger picture vision. Yeah, you are right, man. I know. I don't mean to be like low vibration and shit. I know. Obviously, I'm trying to shoot to be the best I can. Yeah, it's just hard. Like, I guess, like, even like regardless of how peak the actual job is and the environment is, like, regardless of how shit the environment is, I guess, you know, you just got to do the best you can do and focus on the bigger picture vision. And it might take fucking 2 years, it might take fucking 5 years, it might take a year, it might take 5 as the rush of getting out the matrix as a lifestyle, or rush to getting healthy as a lifestyle. It's the same thing. But like, yeah, I don't mean to just complain, but like part of it, like my hands and my feet are swelling up, bruv, like to the point where this happened before, and like I can't even open a banana because of how swelled my hands up, and I feel like it's the environment that causes it. But
then I sent some messages on just being a princess. It's my mental health, man. Sometimes my mind just collapses. I need to integrate the masculine. I'm too feminine. My fingers and toes are full of liquid and swelling, and my body is in pain, and there's not enough space in this job to be mindful, but that's just victim mindset. You're one of the most inspiring people I know. Watching your rise above this morning helped me when feeling low. Your new freestyle snippet inspires me like no one else, bro. How you are able to make greatness out of the mess. And that is my kind of vision and my goal, is that regardless of the trials and tribulations, is what inspires me about Inspector Veg is that he can come out and make an amazing song, because he's a conscious rap artist, and it inspires me how he can put his story in a track that he transmutes his whole life story into a song that helps people, that I can relate to so deeply, and that is so inspiring to me. The conversation continues.
The thing is, yeah, if you was going to work and you was tired, and you was going round to the gym or going to jiu-jitsu or some martial art after work, you shouldn't have time to be a princess and thinking, oh, Babylon's this and Babylon that. You shouldn't have time to be on the internet and worrying about oh, this and that and Babylon this and psychedelics and all this stuff you're doing on the internet. Get out there, crack on. A man doesn't do what he wants to do. He does what he needs to do. Get in there, fucking martial arts, jiu-jitsu, boxing, kickboxing. When you're coming back from work, go to training straight away, so you're always moving. If the body's tired, the mind gets tired. Forget all that stuff, man. Train the body, man. Build the warrior aspect, innit? If we don't build the warrior, there's the lover, the king, the magician, and the king. Yeah, the lover, the magician, the warrior, and the...
I actually reckon that is, well, that's just the real me talking now, not the voice note. I reckon that's a lot of what it is. I think when the body gets tired, yeah, the mind gets tired. Because I went home and I think I had some organic lemon. I just squeezed lemon and just drank raw lemon juice. And the health benefits of that made me feel rejuvenated, that it actually kind of healed my mind quite a bit. So I think a lot of it is, when the body's tired, maybe that's why I felt like my soul was just getting sucked out of my body, because like my body is unwell, because I'm not very integrated with like exercise at the moment. I have been a lot in the past, like I'm not one of these geezers who's just never exercised. Like I run quite a bit, but yeah, I don't know, recently I've been slacking in the winter. I've just been going to work, my sleep cycle's been a bit on and off, and kind of messed up. I'm just getting off of the weed, and then obviously this job, like stood up in that job, nothing really gets to me as much as that. Like I hate that the future is likely I have to go to these warehouses for so long. So like I know that I can have my vision and focus on the ultimate bigger picture eventually, etc. But doing long shifts, eventually it fucking kills me. But I'll have to stop being a princess and have a longer time horizon. The conversation continues.
The Puritan is the eternal child. It's like a possession that we're possessed by. Oh, just sit on the internet, talk about psychedelics, talk about spirituality, make a little post. But that's not all to complain about Babylon, make a little video. But that's not the work. The work is you've got the magician, is the creative side, the spiritual side, the information, the prayer, the diet, all that type of stuff. The warrior writes goals. From the 7th to the 14th or whatever, I will go train him 4 times, boxing 4 times, and write a goal, how many times you're going to train, write down what you're going to do, keep looking at them goals, and do it. Don't say I'm getting there, write the goals and look at the goals, whatever you're going to do, and do it, man, and say I'm going to spend, say I'm going to do 5 hours. If I said Monday an hour, Tuesday an hour, Wednesday, on Friday I would have completed an hour every day revising for the...
I'm totally with you, bro. I sent a message to the group chat just now that I think you'd resonate with, and I was just saying, yeah, I mean, sometimes I just fall, bruv. It's hard not to sometimes, because it is just a lot. I don't know what it is. My mind just collapses sometimes, but yeah, I think ultimately we just got to focus on like the most high vision, even if hypothetically we were to suffer for like 10 years immensely, like if we went into war, our country, we got bombed or something, like, still never give up, still strive always for survival. And even if this is just the dream, obviously I want the dream to go a certain way. But yeah, I think you know, you're right, man. I gotta integrate the masculine more, because I got too much like feminine energy, or that's what I've recognized myself to be for a while, and I gotta kind of change that. But yeah, I am learning a lot, bro. Like, I am actually integrating a lot that you're saying, trust me. But yeah, it's just I'm growing and learning a lot. I think that's why there was so much pain in a way, because it is.
Sit there when you ain't trained and you watch the mind and you see the mind spiraling and you're going into these spirals. Or you can just go and get under that fucking bench press, bruv. Train the body. When the body is strong, the mind will be strong. They say the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. 50 said some people choose to deal with things by not dealing with things. You had the job, you were saving up about 1,600-700. You just had to keep going, go through the pain. Like, having a job and saving money is like, you're spitting the sickest bars, you're on stage, you're murking it, and then you just drop the mic. So like, you had like 1,700, you were smashing it, spitting the sickest bars, and then everyone was like, yeah, that's sick, and then boom, you just dropped the mic. But it don't matter, you could pick the mic back up again, start going hard.
I don't know if I said this a second ago, but they say like, it's like no matter where you are, in a sense, like if you try, you might just get there, but obviously if you don't try, then you won't. So it's like, you almost always end up in the same position. I don't know if you noticed that, like even if you make a bad decision, you eat some shit or some shit goes down, you always just end up in the present moment with whatever resources that you do have, and there's only one way forward, isn't there? Like, forward optimism. So yeah, ultimately we just got to try. And like, yeah, I think like the psychedelics was clashing with the, because like deep spirituality, I'm sure you've noticed, can clash with personal development, because you're saying that like regret, that the pain of discipline or the pain of regret, right? And then some spiritual teacher will go, don't regret anything, just let go, man, into the Tao, into the infinite flow with the present moment. But it's kind of stupid.
I tell you what, when you're skint, there is no Tao. And when you haven't even got a tenner, there is no God.
Yeah, that's a good one, bro. I like that one. When you're skinned, there is no doubt. That's funny as fuck. Yeah, no, I'm totally with you, bro. Like, yeah, I didn't want to lose that job. I tried really hard to keep it. I think I was kind of losing the plot because I was doing too many mushrooms and shit as well. But yeah, you're totally right. It's like, I think that's how I got so like caught up yesterday with complaining about Babylon and the environment, is because I was focused on like how it was in that moment instead of the bigger picture vision. So But that's why, like, I do struggle. Like, that's why I got sacked with that other job, kind of, is because it's like it does like, even though, right, so let's say hypothetically I have to put up with this slavery grind of Babylon for like 2 years. I just need to realise that and swallow that hard pill to swallow and just do it. But when I'm at that job and I have to wake up, go in, like day after.
If he was a golfer, you'd probably blame your golf clubs.
When it's constantly day after day and I can feel my health deteriorating, and the alarm is forcing me to wake up, and I'm going in there and I'm having to deal with loads of dickheads, I'm fucking having to listen to the radio full blast or whatever it may be, I lose sight of why I'm there. I just shut down. I'm like, I need to get the fuck out of here, because like today, I'm not trying to complain again, but like, yeah, my hands and my feet, my toes and fingers are like swelling up. I've got some like tonsillitis thing, or when I got a cold or an illness, I can really barely deal with being at work. It's kind of weird, man. But you're right. I need to get more masculine. But yeah, it's just I get lost in it, because if you're doing like a 45, 50 hour work week or whatever it might be, having to do that, eventually it kills my soul. And that's why I lost my last job, because I'm about to blow up all day. A video is trying to send to you now, bro. But yeah, no, you're right, man. I got what I needed out of the mushrooms for the most part. Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of glad I did the mushrooms in a sense, because I got like.
Just for context, those who are listening for audio and can't see the screen, he messaged saying, "You needed the job, not the mushrooms. I told you this." That's why I'm on about the mushrooms. But yeah.
The reason I was doing it kind of is to like investigate reality, and I did have like a major breakthrough where like I seemed to have like major insights about the nature of reality. But I even found like an old trip report, old mushroom trip report, and I was like going, oh my god, wow, and having these crazy insights, and then towards the end of the video I'm like, what time is it? Oh fuck, my dad's gonna be here in a minute with the shopping. And it's like I go from having crazy metaphysical spiritual insights, and then I'm back in the third dimension and I've still got no money. So those things were fucking me up anyway, bruv, because it made me think that everything was a dream, and I think it is a dream to an extent. Like you actually tried to call me one morning and I didn't answer because you weren't even like real, bruv. I was like, fuck this. It was crazy. The whole dream like collapsed into synchronicity.
And there we have it for now. So there you go. That's my dialogue with Inspector Veg after he watched my Instagram live, which I believe I will play for you in a second, which is this one. It's 30 minutes of this is me on my work break while I was having a mental breakdown, and then it actually got worse after this video. It takes a second to get off the ground because it's a live, so you can find it on my Instagram if you want. I'll screen record it now though. Other videos that are relevant will be, if we go onto my YouTube, just search OXSN here. Desire to answer every existential question ever. Here is voice notes that I sent to Michael DeSouza, another conscious artist that I'm working with the conscious rapper community on. And I was talking about what I was on about earlier, basically about how I've been through so much suffering that I just want to skip to the Godhead and to be in direct consciousness with absolute truth. I didn't say about the suffering super much in that. I think I did in the Instagram live I'm about to play. But yeah, I'll play the Instagram live because that was on the day of the breakdown, or one of the breakdowns anyway. But if I get my camera back in action, where am I? Hello. So that was that breakdown anyway, and then yeah, say over Christmas I tried to be good with my diet. I had a good vision. I didn't really align to that vision, but like yeah, I ate loads of shit food, which is a big thing for me. If I eat junk food, I will feel horrible about myself, really. Mr. Nature says the thought of thinking the food is bad for you is actually worse for you than the food. I don't know how I feel about that. That is kind of true in a way, because I'm infinite consciousness, I guess. But yeah, I kept going back to it. So like basically for 3 days I done this. I didn't buy the junk food. It was brought for me for Christmas, which is like one of the traps. Is like there's like we've got Easter, Christmas, birthdays, and Halloween. Like Halloween should not exist, man. I can't lie. I know it's fun, but we should not have kids going out like that, getting that junk off strangers like that. Fuck that. Christmas, like Easter's an excuse to eat chocolate eggs. Christmas, everyone buys shit. People are fucking buying me Haribos for fuck's sake. What the fuck? It's so dumb. So like, anyway, I say that and then I fucking chose to eat it. But I don't buy junk myself. If someone buys junk, well, yeah, like I wasn't planning on eating it, but yeah, I was just very stoned. I had the munchies, I guess, and I ate some biscuits. That were brought for me on Christmas, and then I regretted it the day after. I then later that day ate more of the biscuits, which made me more depressed, and then I regretted it the day after, and then I ate more. So I repeated, and I thought, as I'm doing it, I'm like, bruv, I've got to stop. I'm literally like a drug addict. You know how sugar is really bad for you. I'm very on the health. I don't like that stuff, man, because... but yeah, I mean, check out a video by Leo Gura called Burning Through Karma, is perhaps quite relevant. He basically says, it may be instead of a lecture about how bad sugar is, you need to go through the process of burning yourself with the bad habit, so to speak, in order to learn the lesson and move through it. It's kind of a bigger, more spiritual perspective. Which I feel like I actually did learn my lesson. I'm done with that junk. I ate junk 3 days in a row, and then, like I said, I got a bit ill afterwards. I'm done with that shit, man. I don't know what I expect. It's bullshit. I'm not eating that junk anymore. But yeah, I kept eating it and getting sad that I ate it, and then continuing to repeat the habit. And that cycle is the worst thing, because I've said it before, it's like, quickly I'll play this, one of my very first videos. Check this.
There's one simple hearing hack anyone impairments have nothing.
Your mind will just play games with you, man. Like, tell me if you can relate to this, but this is something that I do. So I'll go in the drawer and I'll go to pick up a protein bar, which is very unhealthy. I love these bars. They are very yummy. My mind tells me, don't eat this bar. What do? I just turn my mind off and I peel the packet. And as soon as I peel the packet, it's too late. I've got to eat it now. But I know that I shouldn't have. But in the process of picking up this bar, my mind is telling me subconsciously, don't fucking open it. But I turn my mind off and I open it anyway.
Yeah, no, I definitely have things like that. It happens in many different ways. Like, I'll be considering whether to actually be productive when I get home from school or to just smoke weed. And like, some way or another, my mind will just text my friend, like, yo, G, you got any bud? Or like, once the PS4's on, like, I have to play some FIFA. There's just no way around it.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean with the weed, man. I used to do that all the time. Like, I know I shouldn't, or like, I don't have enough money to or something. And then I'll just text someone anyway, because my brain and my ego knows. As soon as I send the message and I sort it, as long as I just don't listen to my deeper intuition, then my ego and my lower self gets what it wants. If you feed the bad habit of eating shit food, that will grow and become harder to conquer. It doesn't just apply to that. For example, the other day I wanted to design a website. However, I know I needed to order my driver's license. I continued designing this website and the back of my mind was nagging me the whole time. And this is very energy draining. There's this saying, it's like, if you have to swallow the frog, do it first, or something like that. Imagine every day there's something super shit that you have to do. Are you gonna put it off all day, or are you gonna bang it out first
first thing so you can move on. There's this rule. This sounds very stupid, I know. It does work. Whenever you know that you have to do something, as soon as the thought comes in, just go 3, 2, 1, and then just fucking do it. Don't let your mind drift away, because it will start making excuses going, nah, I'm tired, I'll do it tomorrow, today's my day off.
Yeah, no, that's very true. I'm very guilty of that. There'll just be shit I have to do and I won't be doing it. It won't even be like I can enjoy that time. I think that's something that I'm going to focus on with my meditation, to find a way to like make those thoughts louder, so it's just like, whoa, do it now, not like a little thought like, whoa, you need to do your homework. Like, no, be like, bruv, do your fucking homework now. If you take
this too far, this silencing your mind, I have this quote-unquote friend called Cole, and he is the most destructive person I know. All he does is tick weed, tick coke, tick drugs. Doesn't pay him back. He has so many enemies. He owes so much money. It's unreal. This is what we're talking about here, but he's taken it to the extreme, where he turns his mind off. He deals with the problems tomorrow. So as long as he can have a good sesh tonight, take the pills tonight, blow all his money tonight, tomorrow doesn't exist. He's the most unhealthy guy I know, and he's just on the verge of fucking me. In the plot 3 times, very hard. He comes in my hold and then eats it all up.
Yummy! Ignore that ending. See how much effort I put into that? That took so long. I don't know if you could see the video, not just the audio. That took a long time. Alright. I think I've said all I need to say, really. One thing is that the internal suffering is far more immense than I can portray in the Instagram live I'm about to show you, and in the voice messages that you heard earlier. That was actually my face in the midst. That's a picture I took while I was fucking, like, I wasn't trying to look like that. I just felt so that was like while I was having a fucking breakdown on one of the but it's on and off. I've had these all my life, really. Sometimes I cry because I'm scared of how sad I get. Like it'll go on for 3 days and then I'll go like, why am I even sad? And it's just tricky, bro. Here is a relevant snippet that I made, a little song that I made, and then I'll play the Instagram live, and then I reckon that'll be it, and then check out any more of my content, because it's all relevant around the same thing. Like I say, basically, is the point of my channel is, if I relate to you ever, or potentially if you ever relate to any of these people here in my highlights here, David Goggins, Joe Rogan, Ryan Sanders, etc. I've got loads of these. Inspector Veg, Johnny Arcade, Mr. Traumatic, Isometric, Ram Das, Michael DeSalza, NF, MC Words. Like, if you relate to any of these geezers, Terence McKenna, then Russell Brand, Spectrum, Wim Hof, Actualize.org. Like, basically, once you resonate with me, I've got you on board. And then maybe my content can help you, because even if I fuck up my life and I struggle, hopefully you can learn from my mistakes, you know. So I'm trying to provide value. I think this is going to be, for the most part, one of my last videos for a while, because as Inspector Veg said there, as I was listening and reminiscing, or like thinking about what he was saying, is the real work is not on the net. I done a tarot card with that Katie I was speaking on earlier, and it's the only tarot card I've ever done. And what it said to me is, now is not my time in the limelight. And if anything, I think I might title this video that, is although I might be motivated half the time, super loads, half the time I feel like I'm going above the speed limit, I need to slow down, because I get like manically motivated, and then I just crash in the polar opposite thing, like I got like manic bipolar depression type thing. Even though they're just labels, and I don't agree with the Western diagnosis system, really. All their medication. I believe in nature being the remedy, and love, etc. But what the fuck was I saying? Yeah, it's clear to me that even if I get ecstatically motivated again, I likely will crash. Not to speak that into existence, like, because my words are spells, and by predicting that it's going to happen again, it will. That's what I was saying to Mr. Nature on a call, and then Miss Sunshine was saying that she could relate to me, that even if she tries to be mindful in that, she will, like, go into a rut eventually again, and that's what I find. So I'm going to need time, I think. I'm growing a lot. I didn't realize how immature I was. Like, I'm only 20 years old. I started the psychedelic breakthrough crazy shit when I was 17. That's when I started this channel for the most part. And I didn't realize that I was pursuing naive spirituality and that I was just immature because I was young. So I'm growing a lot, so I need space, I need time. I'm committed to keeping my videos up, even though it's very difficult because no one, like, you know, I'm just like an open, ignorant mind venting into a camera half the time. And I say that because on this Instagram live, which I will play after, which is only 8, maybe 10 minutes or so, I say that keep in mind that the person, when you watch my channel, that for the most part, the person you're watching has got lots of bad habits, and so like I might be useful to you if you can relate to me and if you've had similar experiences, but keep in mind, you know, there's a quote, clean your room before you criticize the world. I think the room analogy can be extended to your life in general, and I think Babylon can make it hard to get your room in order, not your bedroom, but your life, like to get your life in order before you criticize the world. However, the world may be what is preventing you from getting your life in order, you see. However, when it comes to your actual bedroom, right, I've withstanded from doing this for a long time, but so after I show you what my bedroom looks like at the minute, which is the worst thing in the I don't want to do this, right? I don't want to show you, right? Because I ain't gonna get a missus at this rate, right? But like I say, I'm trying to be honest. It is pretty terrible, but this is what I mean. If this reflects my mental health, another good thing actually, they probably will do dividends as well. I feel like it's partly synchronistic as how, as my mental health deteriorates, I don't know, like basically my light is flickering. I need to change the bulb. I don't want to show you my bedroom, bro. But this is what I mean, right? If anything, I hope that this can, look. Oh yeah, when I was saying, oh shit. Oh no, I am on. Okay, sorry, I thought the audio was off. So when I was saying about the honesty, this is an important point. Is that basically, the depression in my past has been so soul-crushingly deep that is why I am the way I am on my YouTube channel. That's why I express myself the way that I do, because I have been in hell for so long that to pick up a camera and speak my mind and upload it, I don't have the energy to care what people think. That's why I am so authentic and honest. I'm not saying that in an egotistical way, like I'm boasting. I just mean I am, because the depression humbles me to an extent where I have nothing to hide. Do you get what I mean? Okay. Right. You know, there's some details about my room that I actually can't share. I will not share because of how, you know, basically people speak of, like, I've never done this personally, but degenerative people speak on, like, you know, they'll watch porn loads of days and they'll like come into a sock. I've never came into a sock. I don't know who comes into a sock, for fuck's sake. But that's like the peak of degeneracy. Like Hamza has admitted after he's overcame, not in the moment. So doing it in the moment, the thing is about admitting the way that I live in the moment is that if I don't evolve, then I'm just gonna kill my reputation even deeper. So a lot of my channel only exists because I have the expectation that I will evolve and get better. But Hamza said that he used to wake up, like, immediately go on his phone, have a shit, and literally have a wank on the toilet while he's having a shit. Other people would say that, yeah, they'd, like, come into crusty socks. Or, like, the pee bottle where, like, people pee in bottles in their room. But yeah, I'm not going to be too explicit of what exactly I'm guilty of. But, yeah, look, I lost my mind, for fuck's sake. I've done loads of psychedelics, more than any, like, I've done 12 grams at once. I've done 7 grams at once, multiple times. I've literally had synchronistic experiences. I've fucking had visions of gods coming out of the sky, So when you fucking see my room that I'm about to show you, that is very degenerate and messy and not good, it's a reflection of my mind potentially, but it's also like, understand that I might not value and care about the same things as you because I've been in the fifth dimension for so long. When I literally meet God full blast and I lose my mind, you know, and when I'm having mental breakdowns to this extent, it can be kind of tricky to take care of myself. Anyway, I'm going to show you my room quick. Just put the camera around. It is got a wire on it, so I can't do the whole thing. But I made a video of this nature before, like I said, of the video called like I'm a degenerate, like why I'm a degenerate or something, that I ended up deleting because one of the things that I didn't upload that video for, like I would be lazy and I wouldn't clean up around the house, and then I'd feel bad about it because I live with my mother, and like that's just pathetic. I know that's just pathetic, but like it doesn't stop that still happened. Like that was something I'd go through. I'm better now. A lot of it was the weed and the overworking hours, etc. But yeah, it's like I would like not be very tidy around the house, and then I would feel guilty about my lack of productivity. I don't know, but yeah, my light is just turned off, which is not good timing, but I'm gonna try my best to quickly pan you around my bedroom, and then I'll show you some final clips. Yeah, my light is just not turning on anymore. Maybe it just won't let me show you my room anymore. But here you go. That's by my door, and then immediately we've just got loads of clothes, boots, but it's like extreme, bruv. Look at it. But you know what? I have actually kind of always been like this from an extremely young age. So I don't know if it's because my parents, to an extent, never gave me any shit. This is partly why it's not my time in the limelight as well. Because this is what I mean. My life is falling apart. My light bulb is fucking flickering, for fuck's sake. Look at my desk. What the fuck is that? That's what my camera was on. It's just terrible. Like, there's just like shit everywhere. Look, my keyboard is on my chair, and my chair is like the worst posture you've ever seen. If you can see it. It's kind of cursed. I don't know, fuck's sake. My mouse mat has been on the floor for like over a month. All I need to do is clear my desk and put my mouse and my keyboard on. But like, this is why I can't be productive and shit, is because I can't even like work at my desk because of how fucking dysfunctional I am. Look at it. It's fucking horrendous. I know. All shit on here. I got like a bin under my fucking desk. Yeah, just like dirty clothes basically everywhere. This really does justice right now to my mind state. I've got a bong on here, do I? No, I don't. I don't know where the bong is. I was in the shed. Yeah, that's all fucked. Windowsill is fucked. I got a mouldy watermelon. Oh my god. Don't. I know. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Not only that, don't worry. I don't know. I love this dog. I take care of this dog. I actually love this dog very much. I'm not a cunt to the dog. That's the main thing, right? I might be a prick to an extent, and I might be not great at life, but one thing I'm confident with is I've seen how some people treat dogs, and this dog to me is my world. Even though this dog is actually a cunt to me, I wasn't actually here the whole time it was raised. I think it wasn't trained exactly super well. But yeah. More shit down here. But yeah. There you go, mate. Wash basket there. Got basically is that a bin full of like rubbish? What's this one? Is that another bin full of shit? Yeah. As you can see, I am kind of fucked in the way that I live. Now you can see the chair, the posture of the chair. It's like curved, like you see. But yeah. All I've ultimately showed you is that I'm not disciplined. I don't like living like this. Yeah. And like, if you're familiar with my story, I got kicked out of my flat like 3 times because of the mushrooms. My dad was trying to like get me on the right path, but I just kept taking magic mushrooms and like losing the plot. But to be fair, my dad is not super functional himself, so it's hard to take advice. Like, I think I dropped like a coffee. I don't know if you can see, there's like streaks down the wall. It's like a coffee like hit the ground. But yeah, I know, it's awful, it's awful. I know, what can I say? I'm fucking embarrassed. It's not good. So, ultimately now that I've documented that, I'm gonna have to change. So hopefully I can show you my room in the future, and it will be leveling. But it's, like, I realised that I spoke a lot in the past with so much arrogance. But, like, a lot of it just come from, like, fear and hate within myself. So I'm sorry. Ignore a lot of my old content. Hopefully you can relate to it and it can be useful to you. But yeah, I'm really I've been sinking for a while, and I didn't know that I was sinking because I was doing psychedelics all the time. So I hope that you can just kind of like have kind of empathy, not that I deserve it. I hope I haven't made myself look like too much of a fool. But yeah, I've not been well. But yeah, hold on, let me show you my See, I say my room's bad now. I can find a video on my YouTube from me as a kid. It wasn't so bad because I was a kid. And this is the thing, is like, Jordan Peterson says like people are pursuing the same nothing they were pursuing at 20, but they're 40. But it's not so cute when they're 40. It's not cute at 20, but it's less cute at 40. So, if I lived like Messi, but I was a kid, it's different. But that's the thing, is I'm growing up. Or I should be. So I'm now, here we go. So in this video, this is 7 years old. Retarded kid smashes stereo on my YouTube channel, right? This is in the same house.
What's up, guys? My name.
Look at my room! You can hear my voice, for fuck's sake. My voice ain't even broke and I'm still a messy cunt.
What's up, guys? My name is Flax Flamio, and today, I'm here with Cosmic Clone.
Look, my friend, hold on, let me switch on to the other mode. He falls because he's stood on loads of shit.
Much. I just wanted to thank you guys. It's also kind of a vlog because I've got 10. My birthday's coming up very soon. I'm gonna be getting a really cool computer, a cool laptop thingy-majiggy. Wait, Reese. No, don't be an idiot. Don't. No, Reese. Don't be a. You idiot! My uncle gave that me.
So yeah, you can see my room is still fucked back then. So it's just the way that I've been. I just tend to be like that, I guess. But it's like extreme. Like, you could be messy and then there's like, you literally can't see the fucking floor. But yeah, I didn't realise how fucked I was, I think. It's like Inspector Veg said at one point, he just realised that he was fucked. He was like, about 7 years ago, I realised I was fucked. But yeah, that's that. That's 2.5 hours now I've been fucking talking shit about myself, when really, like Inspector Veg says, the work is not on the internet, it's in the real world. So look, this is going to be partly, for a while, one of my last videos for a bit. I need to focus on the actual world. I hope that this will serve as contrast to my future self, and that I can be proud of who I'm going to become. I want to build a good physique, I want to build a good life in general, and I just want to improve in all dimensions, and I hope I can document my rise. And God likes to tell stories through humans, so I hope I can show you that I will improve. But look, I don't really care ultimately. Like, I'm embarrassed by the way that I am. But if I were to kill myself, which I have had a lot of suicidal thoughts somewhat recently, and in the past I've had a lot of suicidal thoughts since I was like 14 years old. I'm not going to kill myself. I am actually okay, really. But, you know, if I were to kill myself, maybe people wouldn't feel bad for me or nothing, but, you know, that would prove, like, you know, you can think that I'm just a cunt, who needs to get his shit together, but I can't describe to you how much I've been suffering, even recently, in my mind. So I think that my room is likely a reflection of that, a symptom of that, or vice versa. So yeah, ultimately, I'm sorry to everyone around me. I've apologized a lot, and you'll hear more about that in the Instagram lives coming up soon. That I'm going to screen record for you in a second. And but yeah, ultimately, I don't care, because the nature of depression is it hurts so bad that there's nothing but pain. So you're not concerned about how someone perceives how you live, because you're hurting so immensely. I see this kid tried to shoot up a mall. He's done such a terrible job, and like there was this lady on the floor who he shot. There's this website called Watch People Die, and it's exactly what it sounds like. I won't get too deep into that or why I'm on there, but I mean, it's interesting, to be honest, because I've become a lot more careful in the world, because this fucking place is brutal. There's infinite CCTV footage of people dying all over the place. It's actually quite fun. It's quite fun on there. It's fucked up though. It does not make you feel good if you spend a lot of time on that site. Anyway, yeah, this kid was like, he was clearly hurting a lot. He's like an incel. And by the way, an incel is someone who can't get laid. Like, a lot, it's basically men these days a lot, and they struggle to manage to get sex from females. Which I feel like I have definitely kind of been I don't know, like it's not like I don't get laid, like, but I mean, there was a period where like I hadn't had sex for like 2 years. Don't be insecure about that, by the way. I'm going to make a video about that in the future. I used to be very insecure because I was like trying to lose my virginity because all my mates had lost their virginity and I hadn't. And I like felt insecure about that, which is just kind of stupid, I think. But yeah, the light flickering, I feel like I don't know, it seems to, when I say it's synchronistic, it's like, because it started as my mental breakdown kind of was going on. And a side note is that, so when I'm dreaming, I feel better than I do when I'm awake. How I'm a dream some realer people than the ones that's living when they really fake. Is, when I wake up, and when I wake up out of my dreams at night, like when I wake up in the morning, and I am confronted with the reality of my life, it's just pain. But yeah, so the kid who tried to shoot up this mall, it's kind of like the Joker. He's like, what do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treats him like trash? I'll tell you what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. And that's this kid basically, like, he literally shot a random mother in a car park, and she was on the floor going like, why are you doing this? And he was like, oh, society, man, this society's full of shit. And she's like, I have nothing to do with that. And he's like shaking, he's like, oh, it's society, man, it's society. So like, not that I'm going to be a school shooter, but that is where it comes from. I think Russell Brand speaks of this a lot. People speak of this a lot in terms of mass shootings. Is why does this happen? It's because people feel so neglected and so beaten by life, especially these incel men who like... Which, it just so happens that the incel guy who shot up the mall was talking with so much arrogance on the camera before, I'm going to be the school shooter. That's how I was speaking in some of my previous content, before I perceived how arrogant I was being and before depression humbled me. I learn a lot from depression and suffering. Pain is the greatest teacher. Traumatic says this a lot. I've been through so much pain. That's why man's wise. What does he say? Or you learn that love is pain, and learn to love the pain. The pain, it makes me stronger. That's why I'm on top of my game. The weed is blocking the pain. The pain is making you... Yeah, I can't remember. What else does he say? What doesn't kill you definitely makes you stronger. My pain turned me into a monster. Nothing worth having ever comes easy, so it doesn't matter even if it takes you longer. And we were never born to be slaves. I'd do a dry fast for 3 days. You need to question everything and debate. I will humble you and make your ego deep. I think my computer just froze. Right. I want to show you the clip of Shadow Work by Illuminati Congo and Free Soul. Watch this video if you can see the video, or listen to the lyrics. Listen to the lyrics, trust me. It is very relevant to what I'm talking about. This is a point I forgot to speak on, is that if reality is infinite love, the highest love is only possible combined with shadow. To overcome trials and tribulations is the highest love. To convince yourself that reality is shit, and then have God surprise you with, actually, you done it to yourself and it's all infinite love. That is the highest love, is to suffer for nearly eternity and for it to be absolutely worth it. The highest love, not inherently, but I think, is to be combined with shadow. Just listen, just watch this, right? Because this is super relevant. Alright, so I'm going to show you this clip of this music video. Then I'm going to play my 30-minute Instagram live of the same day that I was having my mental breakdown in Babylon when I went on my break. Again, I can't portray to you by talking the mental suffering. That's a big thing as well. Is you can only save yourself. A big thing is as well, by the way, is a few days before I was feeling so like righteous and so happy and so like in alignment that when I was reflecting on people being depressed and stuff, it didn't make any sense, to the point where like I don't resonate with it and I think, oh, you just got to save yourself. But basically what I find with bipolar tendencies is basically when I'm happy I don't really understand my sad self. When I'm sad I don't really understand my happy self. That's kind of a black and white way to put it. Happy, sad, whatever it is. Fulfilled, unfulfilled, whatever. In alignment, out. Yeah, that's it. When I'm in alignment, I don't understand myself when I'm out of alignment. And when I'm out of alignment, I don't understand myself when I'm in alignment, in terms of how am I in that state and how do my states change. Like, it's kind of mad to me. What am I saying? I don't know, but look, I've nearly been talking for 3 hours. That's 2 and 3/4 hours, bro. I've been chatting shit. Alright, I'm going to show you this music video now, this little clip. So shout out to Illuminati Congo and Free Soul. Deep what you're about to witness.
That is unraveled. Hit the light switch on the underworld trips. Deep in the ditch of the darkest pitch.
Dive into my shadows, yeah. The waters was never shallow. I live my life on the deep end, yeah. With the man in the mirror, I had some battles, but I stand tall undefeated. Sharp like a warrior, bow and arrow. With my shadow, yeah. One with my shadow, yeah.
Staring to the flame, watch it shape shift. Black candles melt away the faces. Traces of minerals off the spaceship. DNA strands been broken and misplaced shit. A free world like the new Freemason. Building pyramids for the return of the ancient ancestors that speak to us through universe language. Offerings on the altar, how we make payments. I made a deal with the spirit guides to show me all my darkest sides before I bask in the love and light. So you can keep the whitewashed, colonized version of spirituality, the access denied. Shit got tragic for the Asiatics, but this new wavelength is guaranteed to shift the tides. Balance yin and yang inside my mind and join force with the shadow to ascend to highest heights.
Dive into my shadows, yeah. The waters was never shallow. I live my life on the deep end, yeah. With the man in the mirror, I had some battles, but I stand tall undefeated. Sharp like a warrior, bow and arrow. With my shadow, yeah. One with my shadow.
That is unraveled. Hit the light switch on the underworld trips.
So yeah, if you saw the video, the way that I see it kind of is like fear is an illusion. You've been here the whole time, consciousness hasn't terminated, so you're fearing, you know, it's kind of funny like that. Because that's what happens in reality, like, isn't it, like, back to the website about watch people die, is reality puts you in a human body, or you put yourself in a human, whatever. You're in a human body, this is where you've ended up, and then someone adds you to a group chat and sends gore videos, or something, or you just acknowledge that this stuff is possible. So, that's how genius reality is, it's like, it puts you in a human body, and then reality will show you horrific videos, or if you stumble onto them or whatever, you know, most people have seen gory or hear horrible stuff on the news, right? That is built for the illusion, because like, you believe that you're a human, and then you watch other human beings get tortured, or to an extent. So it's like, that could happen to me, and it can happen to you, but it's like, don't you see how reality, like, builds fear through doing that to you? It's like, it puts you in a human body, and then it will show you a motorcycle accident on the internet. You see what I mean? So it's like, and then you'll watch that and go, oh, but it's like, but then, when the flame was dancing on the rope, if you saw the video, it's like, he's watching the rope going, ah, it's gonna collapse, ah. But it's like, it never actually does anything to consciousness ultimately. Like, it's like such a genius illusion. And like, that's what I've done. If you've done shadow work yourself, or if you've dealt with depression and a lot of fear, you'll notice that. And I actually discovered this music video while on LSD, by the way, which is likely while I had like extra perception while I was watching it. On those 2 LSD trips in 2 days in a row that I mentioned earlier. So yeah, it's interesting. It's like reality lines everything up to make you think that everything's about to hit the fan. And like, it will hit the fan so much, but it never like actually gets to the core. It's always just enough to get by. Have you noticed that? But yeah, that's that anyway. I'm now going to show you the Instagram lives that I'm going to screen record. So yeah, I think I've actually done a decent job of kind of telling you my situation, kind of. Oh yeah, I'm going to play you my I'm going to show you this this rap I made about this is a rap. It's a message to my higher self, speaking from my lower self to my higher self. So I'm speaking in this rap that I'm about to show you that I writ myself, produced by Stoic Beats. I'm speaking from my disaligned self, and I'm talking dear my higher self, aka my aligned self. If you can catch the lyrics, then and if you've had spiritual journey and shadow work yourself, then you'll get it. But yeah, see ya.
I wanna fuck with you, but you ain't here when I got time. Cause time does not exist for you, that's only in our mind. And I wanna be one with you, but I am trapped inside. So I'm a eater, long mushroom dissolving many lies. Like, dear my higher self, I think that I'm needing help. So I'm reading DNA to somehow break out of this cell. Cause this dialogue I'm hearing keeps on speaking super loud. My only ground is understanding, so it's hard to kick them out. Now I'm standing on the ground, cause I know grounding's good for health. Voices keep on saying I ain't well, I breathe and they dispel. When they're sounding alarm bells and manifesting many doubts. I take 30 breaths in, I take 30 breaths out. I go in, out, in, out, in, out. I take 30 breaths out, I take 30 breaths in, I take 30 breaths out. The Wim Hof method is the best, no doubt. The fuck.
And on the exhale, stop. 1.5 minutes, breath hold from now on.
I wanna fuck with you.
Alrighty, now I'm gonna play you my my Instagram live I done on my break at work in the midst of a mental breakdown, that you're familiar with by now if you've been listening. And after this, I felt a bit better, but then the rest of the day was hell on earth again. So yeah, it was not good. Regardless of if it's my fault or if I'm just a prick or whatever, I was struggling very much. So and Mr. Nature messaged me and he asked how I'm doing. By the way, yeah, I actually want to show you some... So here is a conversation I had with Mr. Nature. Mr. Nature messaged me after this Instagram live that I'm about to show you. He watched the Instagram live and he said, "How are you, brother?" On the day of my breakdown. I said, "Decent, I had a horrible day though, how are you? I suffered a lot today, but it was a day like any other. I thought of messaging you saying I can't do this anymore. That's how I felt. But I know I can only save myself. I hurt myself a lot with my mind today, I think. I cried." I forgot about that actually, yeah. Before the Instagram live I showed you, I went out on my break, I sat down outside and I just fucking cried with dread and pain. And felt my energy being drained. I was dead inside. That's another one actually, yeah. I felt very dead inside, like numb. Well, not numb, like, just dead. I don't know how to describe. I wasn't numb, like I was hurting a lot. But yeah, I just felt dead inside. I was just at work in a warehouse like normal, nothing mad. Sorry, lol. How have you been, my brother? How are you? I'm making progress, but I feel off today. I feel I need help in a way, man. I need to leave England or something. I guess with time I'll have more money. It's amazing to me how much I can suffer in the mind. I can create hell. The day before was okay. Mr. Nature says, "My day's been amazing." I'm not going to read you all of his stuff, to be fair, because that's not super relevant to this. I guessed I felt your energy in the stream. The mind is a hell of a drug if not used right. Wherever you are, be there totally. If you find your here and now intolerable and it makes you unhappy, you have 3 options. Remove yourself from the situation, change it, or accept it totally. If you want to take responsibility for your life, you must choose one of those 3 options, and you must choose now. Then accept the consequences. Some Eckhart Tolle knowledge. That was a quote from it, looks like. Have you read and listened to Eckhart Tolle? Yes. I have, by the way, and he helped me a lot. When I was going through something similar a year or so ago, 2 years ago, and Eckhart Tolle is a master teacher for that. But to be fair, as Inspector Veg says, is there's no Tao in your skin. I know it can suck balls to work shitty jobs, but just keep your goals clear in your mind's eye and remember why you were doing it. That's what keeps me going when I got to work. The great things it can bring me and others. Thank you, my bro. Always here. The thing about the now is when we just relax into the moment, we are in the care of God. Last time I went through these feelings, Eckhart Tolle helped. It's hard to change. I get locked into suffering. That's another thing, is like, it's hard to be mindful and like to kind of like meditate my way out of it or gratitude out, because you get like almost addicted to the suffering. Like when I say I can't relate to my higher self when I'm my lower self, my lower self gets locked into its lower self, and like to yeah, it's like you get locked into the thought pattern, kind of. Something relevant is that I found on a psychedelic trip, and on multiple psychedelic trips, that when I'm on a psychedelic awakened state, I'm no longer in the shackles of my mind, where my normal mind is a prison, but my awakened mind on psilocybin is expansive and infinite, where I'm not a victim to my thought patterns, etc. I get locked into suffering, especially in a harsh environment. It's hard to be mindful. We just need to do our best in the moment. All is provided by source, self, God, whatever you want to call it, Tao, nature. Surrender to Him. Alone with all your being, you will attain supreme peace, liberation, and also the abode eternal by His grace. This is Mr. Nature that I've done a lot of podcasts with, so check those out. And that will gives context to why he talks to me the way he does, because he's familiar with my situation. Just notice when you tense up and relax and you are there. Real suffering is very lonely because no one can save you but yourself. I can't communicate it, I just gotta breathe. But when I get locked up, I struggle to unlock. I get fixed in suffering. Here he's just got some random quotes for the most part, I think. To pass an exam, you have to study. To drive a car, you have to learn driving. Tapas is the training you undergo to transform the impure mind to a divine mind. We have to prepare the field before sowing seeds. We have to get rid of the weeds and plough the earth. As the crop begins to grow, we have to keep removing the weeds. But after the plants are fully grown, we don't need to worry about the weeds. The plants are strong enough to resist them. That's a good one. I'm going to skip some of these copy-paste quotes. You can read them if you pause here. Sorry to just throw shit at you, but also something that's been getting me today and making it harder. And then I'm just complaining about my hands swelling. And then he recommends yogurt and honey put on my hands. Then again, if you believe it will cure you, then placebo, you know. But yeah, that's all for that now. And then what I wanted to show you as well is on my channel here, this one about desiring to answer every existential question. Ryan Sanders, who is a conscious artist, who I do also speak to quite a bit, they removed his most popular video talking against, well, it was called Yellow Card. It was about the vaccines. Saying that word so many times will probably get me removed. And yeah, he commented here, I want to help you, bro. Not sure how I can, though. I don't think you're in a healthy place with the psychedelics. You don't want your big trip being hijacked by entities. You'll never understand everything. None of us will. You can't bypass the experience of life, and life itself has responsibilities. My best advice would be to figure out what your true purpose is and pursue it with everything you got. G Block commented, you came here to experience something, you'll discover the Godhead when you're dead. It's important to understand that it's dogma to assume that you can't know everything, because you know that you can't know everything. Then again, I think God is kind of infinite, so maybe you can't know that. But it's dogma when people take it as an absolute that you can't know existential questions. Thank you, Ryan. You're a total G. To be fair, I actually sent some voice messages to him after he said that to me, which I will play now. So I will not play his replies, but I will play what I replied to Ryan's comment that I just read you.
Yo man, I just see your comment on YouTube. Yeah, thank you very much for saying anything. I am almost looking for criticism. Not that that was criticism, but in terms of you saying me not being in a healthy place, I've come to realise that I have needed help in the past without being aware of me needing help. And it's only upon reflection, after growth on my past self, I see that I'm not right in some ways, I guess. Not to entertain fear. But yeah, I totally get you, man. I really appreciate you just like talking to me a bit, and Michael talking to me, and the people in this kind of scene in general. I am getting more clued up. I think I was just young, and I just pushed it way too far. But I really appreciate it, man. I'm doing a lot of reflection, and it means the world that you even took the time to comment. I know my videos aren't the best, but we'll get there with time. Thank you, man. Also, keep in mind often that my uploads are delayed due to me having to screen record and upload, etc. I think that was actually only, not yesterday, but the day before, that video that you commented on. But Michael did reply. I did hear him out. And he actually had, to my surprise in that moment, a lot more deeper insights than I anticipated. I somewhat apologised for my kind of pride in the message. Often I can I've done it before, like in the conscious rapper community group thing that you left. It's like sometimes I just swear, I just need a zoot or something where like I get so like in like such a certain vibe that like I can just rant in this particular wavelength, and then I'll have a zoot and I'll listen to the rant and I'm like, what the fuck am I going on about? But yeah, we spoke it out, and we've reached a more mature conclusion than the video.
Alright, to be fair, I got 3 voice messages here from Ryan, and I've listened to them before, and I think he'll be fine with me sharing them in the, like, you know, deep in the video. No one's even going to see it. They're fine with all the given context. I mean, I'm sure he won't mind, but yeah, this is his reply to what I just said, basically. Maybe I'll do this one like halfway through, because it's not really very relevant the first half.
A few times till I know what to say, and yeah, it just seems like, yeah, I feel like you've gone, you're in the rabbit hole. You're like right at the bottom of the rabbit hole. That's what it feels like. And I know it can get quite dark down there, bro. So, you know, you can always come back. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I guess the point that I keep trying to make to you is like, you'll never, and I will never understand everything. And I think the way that I've found peace in my mind when it comes to the nature of reality, God, and all the things you're talking about is like, I think the world is perfectly imperfect, and for every question, whether you're on a religious side or on the spiritual side, both of them always have an answer for the other. And the reason I know that is because I'm kind of on both sides, and I've been in heated discussions of like proper religious Christians and people that are like proper, say, that call themselves more spiritual, and I've noticed in these discussions that they are both right. I think the religion side keeps you on more of a straighter path in the human, worldly... Sorry, I'll repeat that last bit. I think religion, as much as I used to be completely against it, it sets up some sort of not boundary, that's the wrong word. It sets up like a narrow path to follow, which really keeps you in line with God and the way to improve your life. And yeah, I feel like just through experience, bro, like it's good when your life has some order to it and some structure to it. Whereas I think the spiritual rabbit hole can just keep you going round and round in circles. And it's like it's dangling a carrot for you, bro. It's like you want to know the next bit, Whereas I think there's entities out there, bro, that are really just trying to feed off your energy, trying to keep on pulling you away from your actual purpose. And I think that's what I said in my comment is just when you find that and just go for it, like that's when you're really living.
Yeah, facts. I know that, yeah, religion is, it brings forth, especially Christianity and Islam, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, it's a lot about, yeah, the actual human life, and kind of, it's almost, like when they speak of sin, sin is often associated with degeneracy, and degeneracy often with, well, yeah, like depression and things of that nature. So I understand it almost has like a, religion can be used, like if you catch onto the vibe of the religion, when you get it, you see how really it's part of it is to be useful to you spiritually and practically, but to keep you in a higher alignment than materialism culture, or because everyone worships something, whether they worship materialism or they worship affirmations within religion. But yeah, when you say they're both right, I agree. I tend to say these days that we live in the center of an infinite paradox, where the materialist personal development practical gazers are correct, but also the polar opposite of the spiritual let go people are correct. It's proper tricky, but really I've made a lot of progress recently with integrating the best of both worlds, so to speak, or because this has become, that video that you watched is the central topic of my channel at this point. I set out as a personal development and spiritual channel, and then over time, like, yeah, I just like, I don't know, like I don't need to repeat myself, but it's like I have an experience where it's like, oh my god, like this is a dream. And if it is a dream, then like it does blow a lot of it out of the water, but there's no faith without works. I'm sure you're familiar with that, maybe. 100%, man. No, I'm totally with you, and yeah, I really appreciate you taking the time to give me a bit of feedback, because I really do need it. So it does mean a lot to me, especially having been so unstable in the past and in the moment potentially. Is people don't understand like how much, just I feel like it's almost partly the reason for like some form of digital addiction. I'm just trying to ground myself in, well, just talking with people a bit, so it means the world to me, just because I've spoke to quite a lot of people, and it has helped me immensely just having a few mates to throw ideas back and forth. But no, I totally agree with you. It's yeah, again, I don't agree with the video that you watched really anymore. The attitude I had was out of balance, and quite arrogant, which I can tend to be often if I'm in my ego, kind of. But yeah, I totally agree with you. Taking action and actualizing in the human realm is fun, and we should want to do it.
But yeah, lads, that's that anyway. So yeah, please give me criticism. Please send me a private message or comment down below if you've noticed anything off with me. Give me criticism, because I need to hear it. I need to learn. I need to grow. It ain't gonna be easy for me for a while, I don't think, but I hope I can grow into someone that I'm actually proud of. And I know it's kind of like, you know, like it's the spiritual trap of regret. Like, don't regret, just let go. I know that that's ultimately the case, but at the same time, we do live on the relative plane as a human, and I want to like retire my family and get rich. I don't want to live in poverty, and I don't want to have to go to work. I want to work on what has meaning to me. So there's that. I'm going to play the Instagram lives now. Yeah. I might say a few words at the end, but yeah, I'm going to screen record now the Instagram live of when I was at work and when I was having a fucking mental breakdown, because who knows, because of the environment and because of my mind. And yeah, we'll just go on it here. Look, we'll see. We got a couple comments. Inspector Veg said, train the body and make money. The soul is more powerful than the matrix. We are not healed. When we are not healed, we blame the outside world. I said, was listening to you today at work. My mind tells me often these days, the soul is more powerful than the matrix. He said, "You know, brother." And then my cousin, Omar, commented, "Bro, and you, the hand's swelling up. Mine had been doing it for years. I've had hundreds of tests in the hospital, so they can't find anything wrong with me." So yeah, I also went to the doctors back in the day. They couldn't find nothing wrong with me. I think you just have to holistically go for health, as this geezer is not super healthy. I don't think he's not as intense about it as I am. And then he recommended that I get a metal detector and spend my time searching, which, I mean, I disagree, because, I mean, I'm not going to build my... I might find something, but it's quite finite. But, yeah, I mean, fair enough. But, alright, yeah, I'm going to play this video now. And, so this is me on my break at work. Well, I've already repeated myself a million times. Alright, 2 seconds. I'm currently in central Babylon, right? As you can see, central Babylon, full blast. And I'm sure you're familiar, if you've also been in central Babylon, that Babylon, which is the concrete matrix. Wagwan Bespoke. Bespoke's just joined a chat. We're in a group chat, and I just sent a message about how, here's central Babylon at Bespoke. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I posted what I posted in the group chat earlier, because this is where I am in a minute. You obviously know the crack. I got to make a move like you and become a magician or something. But I thought I'd take my break early and do the Wim Hof method and see if the Wim Hof will cure me from getting infected by the fucking Babylon, because I've been in this place all week and I was sound, and then one day it just gets to you. I mean, I'm not trying to vent, but it's just like, bro, I can be happy working towards my vision, etc., but like, fucking hell, when you're in there and you're forced to listen to that fucking radio all day, and everyone's just a full blast NPC, and I know that I'm coming from separateness, from an ego, like, and maybe I'm dreaming, and maybe all of this is meant to be, and maybe it all serves the higher, biggest picture, and I'm sure that's the case, but it's just like, I shouldn't be in the midst of it. So basically, I made this video before about the truth about bipolar. And the truth about bipolar is, when you remember your soul, you get uplifted, right? When you could offered you to get involved in our stuff. Yeah, I know, but it depends what's going on, because I'm pretty confident that you don't have any money, and I don't know, maybe you do, but it's all about money, innit? That's the reason I'm here. I'd join your thing. But like, then what? I don't know if that was relevant to what I was saying, if you were just saying, I don't mean to sound salty. I'm probably coming from a salty place because I'm hurt, because Babylon is fucked. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm not hating, I appreciate it, but like, you know, I guess I'm aiming for success, whatever that is. I just want to go back to the garden, to be honest. I don't really want money, so I'd rather go involve FTP23. I'd rather get involved with you, and live a happy life with no money than work for money and live a miserable life. Like, right, let me say what I was saying about bipolar. So, sorry, bipolar, the doctor will tell you it's you, and that you're a problem, and that you need to get fixed, and that you've got a chemical imbalance, and that, you know, you're just fucked. This is what Babylon likes to do. They like to blame you for your mental health, which is kind of true, but also, basically, yeah, the truth about bipolar is, your normal state is love and unity and, like, the childlike state, right? Like joy and play. And then, basically, the system Babylon, the environment will make you feel like shit. Inevitably, eventually, if you're in it. If you're in... I can fucking work in this matrix for multiple days. Fucking scanning barcodes, listening and talking to robots, talking to NPCs and listening to the radio. And maybe on the 5th day it will finally fucking break me a bit, yeah? Because... So, what I'm saying is bipolar, the ebb and flow of happy and sad, I guess, is... Your normal state is joyful, as we observe in children. But when you fall off, that's because the environment is designed to make you feel like shit. The food is poison, the radiation is poison, the people are poison. The ideology and the metaphysics and the paradigm of materialism is poison. Get some projects. Yeah, I want to work on it, bro. Like, trust, like, I know I could be better, that's for sure. And I've made a lot of mistakes. But it is difficult because it doesn't seem like I can try my hardest, but it doesn't seem like at the minute anyway, whatever I do, I'm still in the machine. And the machine is, it's 9 AM, dumbass, you better clock the fuck in. And I can work on projects. And that's ultimately what I'm going to have to do, is do the best with what you've got. And have faith. But what I was saying about bipolar is that, yes, your normal state is obviously childlike joy. And that's when you remember who you are and have self-realization or psychedelic state or meditation. And then the machine of culture will eventually make you feel like shit due to the environment being toxic. And of course, I'll take responsibility, because I see now how there's multiple levels where, like, on one level I'm an ego in Babylon, trying to escape the Matrix, trying to overthrow the government. That's one level. But on another level, I'm dreaming, and all of this is in the mind of God, like when you dream when you go to sleep, kind of thing. So it's like, because on peak psychedelic states you can dissolve the illusion of separateness, kind of thing, where like there is no difference now between you and the rest of. You can realize that, like, if the case is that you are dreaming, then the whole world is technically your body if it's happening in your mind. Which I think psychedelics can verify somewhat, that like reality is pure imagination. And like, it took me a long time to get to these conclusions. I don't want to sound arrogant as if I know everything when I say that. I don't. I'll be humble ultimately. And the one thing I do know is that I don't know, kind of. I do know infinite consciousness. That's one thing I'm certain of. So yeah. But what I'm talking about here, hello Miss Sunshine, is yeah, I can't help being stuck in Babylon type thing, and I'd love to get out. And Mr. Nature says, like, you know, I've spoke to this about Mr. Nature a few times. It's like, be grateful, working towards your goals. And yes, of course. But it's like, it's when the goals are barely in sight type thing, and you don't really, like, it barely feels like working towards the goals. It just feels like you've really sold your soul. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is I'm gonna do the Wim Hof in a second. That was the original reason why I'm on my break right now. I should be in the Matrix. I feel fucked. I don't know if you could tell by the way I'm talking. My speech is very slow. I feel kind of ill. I don't mean to just complain and vent, but yeah, it just kills me, man. Because yeah, my hands are swelling up now. And this happened last time I was working full blast. I'm not sure what causes it. I'm sure it's a mix of the food, the EMF radiations, and the way I'm thinking, etc. Maybe the way I'm breathing. So it got so bad last time where I couldn't even peel a banana because I couldn't actually grip my hand. It's not that bad right now, but it's beginning, and it's on my toes. And I had no symptoms until I come back to work. And if you're familiar with epigenetics, supposedly environment determines genetic activity. See Dr. Bruce Lipton and Mr. Traumatic, his song Off Grid. But yeah, I can't help but feel the environment causing a lot of my physical symptoms in general. Like when I'm in that warehouse and the radio's on, the radio is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. Again, that's coming from one level of awareness, and then there's some psychedelic awakened state which might not resist the radio because it's me or something of that nature. But it's like, yeah, when I'm in that place, like, my head is pounding half the time. It's like every time I swallow, it feels like my eye is gonna fucking pop out of my fucking skull or something. And my hands are swelling up. Everyone in there is an NPC. The thing about jobs, yeah, so I actually lost one of my last jobs because I'm not a fucking robot. That's why I lost my last job. I got sacked because I'm not a fucking robot. I know, and I know that's no good. Yeah, I've worked a mix of inside and outside. Outside jobs tend to not fuck with my mind so much. Warehouse jobs make me actually, like, they deteriorate my mental health. So yeah. So that's the thing, is like, I'm trying my best, and I'm getting better. I'm learning a lot right now. I'm listening to a lot of Ram Dass. I'm having a lot of awakenings as it is. I've quit weed for the most part. Not that that's inherently a good thing, but I think it is for me at the minute. So I'm learning a lot, and the goal is to make progress with everything I've got. And I think fear is ultimately an illusion. Like, reality just, like, you're always still here. Have you noticed that? Like, you haven't died yet. So everything that happens is just like scaring you, but it never actually destroys consciousness. So I feel like it's some form of a school. So yeah, I come out here to do breath work, and then hopefully I'll go back in and not feel like hell on earth in there. Sometimes I don't mind being at work. It can almost feel quite blissful and heavenly. But sometimes it's the polar opposite. Sometimes, like, oh yeah, so what I was going to say, yeah, so I'm learning a lot, at the minute. I can't even think straight. Sorry. What was I saying, bro? Yeah, so, like, so I can be happy working towards my goals, and I keep faith. I try, and I do. Faith won't leave me now, and I'm not up for doubting whether it's materialist paradigm or spiritual paradigm. Like, I know that ultimately, well, these are just in the mind categories ultimately, but it's not material, that's for sure. Get fucked. It's not material, that makes no sense. Fuck you. But yeah, it's basically, I can be happy working towards my goals, etc. I don't know if it's partly due to because I'm in the UK, and maybe some countries aren't so bad, or a lot of it is because I'm awake, in terms of I've had deep psychedelic awakenings, and no one else in the workplace has really had that. And what I mean is, like, everyone else might be able to get on with it easily to an extent. It's because they're not attuned to energy, because they haven't woke up yet. Kind of. So, yeah, I can't help but eventually have the system get to me in terms of pain. Where I go through it and I'm focused on my goals. I try to keep my head up. That's the main thing, is just to not get dragged down and to not give up. But eventually I just fucking, like, yeah, the workplace is retarded. It depends how long you've done it as well, because I hear a lot of intellectuals speak like, oh, I was in wage slavery for 1 year. I've been doing this since I was 16, full blast. And that's when my mental health began. And the first job I got when I was 16, I was in Subway, and I was unconscious at the time. I was not awake at that point, so I didn't know that the job was what was making me depressed when the doctor tries to tell me that it's me, when really it's the environment that is making me feel this way. It's also me, of course, and I gotta be grateful. Gratitude is the key, I guess, ultimately, yeah, gratitude is key. But I can't help but every now and then I get into this state where, like, there's stupid people everywhere. The stench of mental health is in the air. Everyone is brain dead, I swear. I blame it on the fluoride. You can see it when they stare. It's like God is playing a trick on me, bro. Like, if I am dreaming, it's like, that's what I mean. Like, when I'm in that place, beeping barcodes, talking to robots for fucking 40 hours a week, and then, like, everyone around me and my family just gaslights me when I say this ain't normal. They're like, it's the brainwashing. That's what kills me. It's like, everyone just eats shit, and then everyone just goes to the doctor, and then everyone just gets vaccines, and everyone just goes to work, and no one gets it. So that's why I feel like the universe is just fucking with me, because you like, eventually you have awakenings and insights, and that are so deep, not just existentially, but also just the worldview, that the whole world, it feels like the entire world is gaslighting you. It's even worse when your wife is going to work around strangers every day. I know that one, bro, because my dad had to deal with that when my stepmom was working in the burger van, bro. And my brake's nearly up. Like, I get it. Like, Mr. Nature says, be grateful, working towards your vision, and that, and I'm totally on that. I'm totally on it. But it's when my mind is forced to be occupied with a robot, and I have to talk to a robot, and I have to tell it numbers and shit all day, and it's asking me questions. So I have to be actively engaged with talking to this fucking thing, so it traps my mind. When I'm forced to be on a till, would you like a bag? Beep, beep, beep. And the till is fucked, it's buggy as fuck. I hate technology because it's cursed to an extent. And it's like, so I can try to be grateful and shit, and yeah, but like my consciousness is forced into being a retail worker to the point where I can't focus on being grateful, because I have to focus on navigating this abstract artificial system. And you have to do it, because you have to, and you can't afford to say no. And it's just like this learned helplessness of dread eventually, and eventually it catches up to me. I can try to be spiritual, I can have awakenings, spiritual awakenings, and God realized it, but eventually it's 9 AM, dumbass, you better clock the fuck in. What is my passion? A lot is music. I know I'm gifted in rapping and stuff. I haven't actualized it, so I appreciate you asking me that. That is the thing, yeah, is ultimately is you got to do your passion in the time that you do have. It's music, it's truth, yeah, making these videos, a lot of public intellectuals have done so much for me that I feel like paying back the community and potentially being one of those. Anyone who could potentially resonate with me, I could potentially save a soul who's going through the same thing as I am. I've met a lot of amazing people through this social media, but my passion is helping the community of like-minded people, creating conscious music, rap, creating art and helping those in the conscious rapper community, seeking truth, health, and teaching truth, or being a honest, open heart to resonate with those who may resonate. My passion, recently I've been thinking, I'm going to change the name on my channel, etc. Because I feel like I'm growing so much that perhaps I shouldn't stick to the same name as OXSN, as I've always been. Traumatic woke me up as well. Traumatic woke me up further than I was at the time, but I wouldn't be anywhere I am now if I didn't do anything towards it. Yeah, I totally agree. And you're right. The thing is, I've made bad decisions in the past, like consistently buying weed to block the pain, potentially, like addictions. I've wasted a lot of time. There's things I'm scared to admit of that nature. Maybe I wasn't as spiritual as I thought. I don't know about that one, to be fair. I'm basically nothing but spiritual, to be honest. It's all I think about. It's like, it's when the awakenings and things, it's like, where like nothing's fucking real anymore, and it's like I just feel like I've just lost my mind, because yo, I can only wake people up, but if those people don't want to put in the work in their passion. Yeah, no, I'm totally with you, bro. I'm totally with you. But that's the thing, is how deep have people been in the wage slavery? I'm not going to be a victim. All I can do is give them the chance to wake. Yeah, no, I'm totally with you, yeah. You can only wake yourself up. You can only save yourself. And it's no good being a victim. Amor fati. You've got to use everything to your advantage, and everything happened. Well, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, I'm totally with you. But like Bespoke, you said like you refuse to get these jobs. It's basically the nature of wage slavery is when you get into a very poor situation, good luck getting out of it, because it makes it almost fucking impossible to work on your passions. I know that's an excuse, but it is hard, man. And I can struggle a lot as well. Like, I've had a lot of excuses in the past, and I have excuses now. And like, I can struggle with laziness as well, potentially as well. And maybe that's partly created, you know, of course, by the environment. Laziness coincides with depression partly. I don't know. And ultimately, you just got to do the best with what you got. And I'm totally with you, bro. I'm totally with you, Bespoke. Lost interest in everything other than yourself. I don't know. Follow your heart and don't overthink. Yeah, that's a decent one. I mean, I only think about myself in terms of the self as in God, in terms of, like, it's when spiritual awakening gets so much where, like, there's no room for anything else anymore. Like, you are in infinite reincarnation, karma, truth-seeking, sort of, I don't know. But yeah, I'm learning a lot. I think I just went too far with the psychedelics and shit, so I just kind of lost my mind, so I'm kind of coming back now. A bit. So I think I'll just heal more and get better with time, and hopefully not repeat mistakes. But yeah, it's this learned helplessness of, I don't know. But yeah, I'm just venting. But yeah, anyone who's just joined, I was talking about like the wage slavery and things, but and how I don't know, it's just a struggle to get out of it. But I don't do myself any favors, partly, but you know, I might make bad decisions, but I feel like partly that might stem from trying to, you know, run from the hurt. Try speaking to God, but he don't say nothing. People look at me weird, because talking to yourself is insane looking. I try speaking to God, but he don't say nothing. People look at me weird, because talking to yourself is insane. Everyone's insane, bro. I was going to do breath work. I've now ran out of time. Looks like I will return now to the Matrix. I would show you inside, but there's no internet in there. Not for my phone anyway, but I'm forced to hold this gun that's connected to the internet as well. And then all the stuff you hear about the EMF radiation potentially. I don't know what level to think about everything on these days. I feel like I know things in the deepest depths of my soul, that is, everything needs contrast. This is why I desire the Godhead. I was reflecting on I made a talk on my YouTube channel. It was I recorded a voice message I sent to Michael de Souza. It's a bar. Yeah, you're right. But then again, like, you know, yeah, I'm with you. But who's to say? I don't know. I don't know. But when I say I desire the Godhead, or it's like it almost stems from suffering, because it's just like I feel like God is just fucking with me. Because when I've spent so many years in this situation, and I feel like part of my dysfunction and addictions, not that I'm like that now potentially, or like I'm making a lot of progress, but like trauma can make you dysfunctional potentially. I don't want to pass the buck. I don't want to be a victim. So like in terms of like, you know, when I'm not at work, I should work on my vision and my passion. And there's nothing else I want to do, but it's hard because my body just feels fucked a lot of the time. I feel sensitive to energy from doing so many magic mushrooms. So when I'm in there, my head's pounding a lot of the time, because it's almost like I can actually feel the radiation. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just venting at this point. I do gotta go, but yeah, when I say I desire the Godhead, it's like I want to skip through all delusion in a way and just get to absolute truth, nearly. Because it hurts to keep trying to figure everything out, like. Like I was crying, by the way, before I come on here. I was doing some breath work, and it just hurts. But then the thing is, I try not to talk about these things. Actually, I try to remind myself, because my family don't want to hear if I'm like hurting. I'm alright. Like, I'm not actually depressed or nothing most of the time now. It's just like, it just gets to me, like, and it's often when I'm at work, yeah, it's like, it's like, the external environment might be decently okay, but sometimes I can be internally suffering so immensely, where it's almost like mental health is actually very real, to the extent where, like, you can hurt yourself a lot with your own mind. And sometimes I fall into that, where, like, yeah, my mind is clinging and judging and resisting and so much and it's literally like you can create, you can make it easy or you can make it hard. You can focus on the demons or focus on the gods. Wherever you go, there you are. Alright, I gotta go now. Back into the Matrix. But this is what I was going to do originally when I planned to come out here. Even though I'm going to be late off my break now. But originally when I planned to come on my break, I was going to do the Wim Hof. And maybe that would have left me feeling better. But even that is crazy. It does not take long. Hello, Mr. Nature. I was just venting about wage slavery, but I gotta go back in there now. I'm trying to learn. I am learning. I'm getting better. But I just feel fucked from these environments, man. I'll show you, Mr. Nature. Please, come and save me, man. I know no one can save me, but please, please get me out of it. Please. Here, look. The inevitable is sure to occur. Fire will be burning out the Federal Reserve. Every day we get better. That's the thing. I'm with you, bro. But that's all. I know it's me, I know it's my mind, a lot of it, but this environment hurts me, bro. But even when I'm not here, it still hurts. I don't know, because I haven't seen anything but this environment. Like, I literally have never, ever been out of Babylon. And I feel like that's partly why I am the way I am. Like, Mr. Nature, you probably think I still have forms of NPC within me, in terms of the way that I am still in delusion partly, and I'm not fully awakened, but it's because I've never left this fucking place, partly. I know that you can never, but look, when I'm in there listening to that radio, half the time I don't mind the radio, but half the time it's fucking pounding. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. God says save money so we can travel to paradise when the time is right. Yeah, I'm with you. Until today, I was still in the Matrix, but I was alright. I was taking on what you say about just being happy, working towards your goals, etc. But every now and then it gets to me, man, because like my hands are swelling up again, and this has happened last time I was working. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's happening to my feet as well. My head feels like it's literally going to physically explode, because it's like it's toxic to such an extent that it's just like hurting me. And I don't know, I feel like all I've known is pain, partly. I don't think of anyone as NPC, as everyone as my guru. Yes, that's true, to be fair. Do my best, that's all you can do. Yeah, I don't know why I wasn't planning on venting. I was planning on saying, alright, I feel like shit, let's do the Wim Hof and then see if I don't feel like shit, but I just ended up ranting about wage slavery. But yeah, what I sow, I'ma reap it. Anyway, I gotta go back into the Matrix. Can I take you in? There's no internet in here, so I can't. Alright, fuck's sake. Alright, I gotta go now. Love. Thank you, everybody. See you soon. Yes, lads, so that was that. So that was 3 days ago that was streamed. And now, to end off, this was 6 days ago, so this is quite relevant. I speak about me being insecure about my content, This is another Instagram live that I haven't exported to any other platforms, so I'm just screen record it on this one as it is relevant for the most part. And then I'm going to end it. So that's nearly 4 hours of being engaged with this computer recording this. But all right. It starts off. I just chat a bit of shit for the most part, but it's a somewhat quick apology about and admitting that I am not as cool as I thought. So yeah, I'm gonna play this, and then I'm gonna end it, I think, for the most part. Alright. Sound people, love, love, love.
Saying, mates, man just come out of Waitrose, and the Waitrose lady commented on how healthy my shop was. That's not why I'm making this video, that's not why I'm live, but I thought I'd tell you that. I said to her, it's weird you say that, because I was thinking when I was getting it all out of the basket onto the fucking conveyor belt thing, I also thought that, because it's strictly organic, mate. Health is wealth. Natural immunity. Oi, do you know, who knows Mr. Traumatic's tune? I think it's, Double Espresso. I was listening to Double Espresso by Mr. Traumatic here. I was walking down this path, and there was this lyric, he goes, Katie, you know it. You know Mr. Traumatic, Double Espresso. I was walking down here, listening to it, and the lyric is, this is synchronicity, I swear. He said, when I start to shell, you know I'll make him gas like Esso. And I literally, as soon as he said that, I'm not taking a piss, I made eye contact with the Esso sign. With the lyric, like, exactly. Moments like that. And things like that will happen times 10 if you're in God consciousness or on psychedelics. And that's what I found my most like powerful breakthrough experiences. It's like non-stop synchronicity, where shit like that like and that's what I mean by like a collapse of the dream. It's like it's clearly some form of like a interconnected dream mind, or I don't know. But yeah, how are you guys? I'm just chatting shit. Like I just thought I'd go live. I just finished work and got some hella fruit and veggies, and there's a lot of things I want to say. I'm gonna make a video soon, but I just thought I could just drop a note on here quick on a whim. Like today while I was at work, I was listening to a lot of Ram Dass. You haven't got to know who that is, but that's not super ultra relevant. But the main point is like some form of apology. I don't think being sorry is the right way to be about it. Like I think that's actually the wrong phrasing. But like basically I recognize to an extent my own self-deception and my flaws in the past, and arrogance in some of my videos, and like I just like, it's almost I've got to like submit to being humble in a way of like, where in some ways I just have to like surrender to that I don't know anything, and there's peace that comes with that. But yeah, I'm just saying like what it is I feel like I'm evolving and growing super speedily, and I know I always say that, but like it's basically like my channel and my social media does not represent who I am. And like for example at my new job, like I met some new people. They was talking about the gym, and how they use the breath in the gym, and then they started talking about that head fuzzy feeling, and then I was like, yeah, I know what you're on about, I do this breath work thing, and they was vibing with it. And then I thought, like, alright, the cat's out of the bag, because basically everywhere I go, eventually people realise who I am. Not that I'm very important inherently, but I just mean eventually, like whatever job I get, someone will be like, we found your TikTok.
And my TikTok's outdated, and like that's the thing, is like people will find my social media and then project my content onto me as a human in the present moment. I'm not my social media. That's like but obviously it's hard to, it is a reflection of my mind, it is a projection when I'm just like ranting into the camera like this. So in a sense I am my social media, but it's tricky because that's it, I just feel like I'm growing a lot all the time. So it's like basically what I was saying is so those lads that I met that I was talking about the gym with today at work, I was thinking like somewhat eventually, like basically I'm actually very insecure about my YouTube channel, and I wasn't like, ultimately yeah, like I want people to know about my presence on the internet, etc. But it's like I've always been insecure about my channel for a long time, and my content, and even like videos of this nature, and my whole Instagram. And the reason that is, I don't feel like I have to be inherently insecure, but it's I think, I don't know, it's quite a rabbit hole, to be fair. It's quite like a big topic to squeeze into this live quick time while I'm just walking home from the shop. But it's just like, so I'm still growing, and I've been through a lot of like a shit in terms of, and I can admit that I've had like awful mental health. I've had awful bad habits in the past, and even at the minute, but I'm working on them. So I know that the reason I'm insecure about a lot of my content on the internet is because the person that is talking, that is myself, or my past self, that is the talking head on the camera of my YouTube, that person, whenever you watch my content, look at me talking to you and realise that that person talking to you is full of bad habits and like is incredibly dysfunctional the majority of the time, and is battling like mental health and depression. So who am I to be listened to? And sometimes I recognise that in the videos, but also sometimes I come off as arrogant, as if I know everything, which I don't. But I do also, but there's many layers to it, and it's not black and white. Jeez, walking with this phone outside made my hand fucking freezing. But that's it. It's that the reason I'm insecure is because I know that I've been making YouTube videos of this nature, talking like this, for about 2 years, and these 2 years have been very, very turbulent in my mental health and my life in general. So be careful how you take everything with super loads of grains of salt. What you witness on my channel is a young lad who just used psychedelics to expand and alter his perception, and I kind of just got caught in that, and then I just kind of like melted into reality and was just like trying to rant, and I was just like ranting opinions and shit on the internet quite a lot. Look, I gotta go, but that's it. I'm gonna make a more extended video and try and distill, but I'm just saying it because like I don't want people to think that I am at the end of my evolution, and to judge me for who I have been on my channel, etc. Well, go on, Owen, I've got to go now. I've already chatted all my shit, but yeah, I'll see you guys just later. Love, 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 love. See you, mate.
So yeah, lads, that's it. I'll give you an update soon, but that's what I've been dealing with, clashing with mental health and stuff, and the psychedelic awakenings. Like, once you become completely conscious that you're dreaming in real time and all of reality is a dream in God's mind, I'll leave that up to you, don't believe me, but you can become lucid in the dream, and then like it almost throws personal development out the window in a way. But I don't know, I'm done with chatting shit now. Time will tell ultimately, but yeah, that's all. I just want to just say that for the most part I am alright, but I'm actually not alright, because judging by my past I can anticipate my future, it's ebbs and flows. This video likely helped me a lot. I got a lot of shit off my chest. Yeah, I guess time will tell. I'm going to do my best. I'm growing a lot. I'm doing a lot of shadow work, and like, again, now's not my time in the limelight, so I'd love for this year to be my epic year of actualization, and I'm sure it can be in some ways, but in terms of me reaching the pinnacle of my creative work here on YouTube and stuff, I've got a longer time horizon. Not that I want to take long with my goals, it's that realistically, kind of, I can anticipate it's going to be a long process. I've got a lot I need to do in my life. I've got to find more work, get more money. There's like, it's a lot of life stuff. Like, I'm working on this conscious rapper community page with Michael de Souza. Here it is. Me, Ryan Sanders. Here's the gang here. These are the people just in the UK. So we've got Ryan Sanders there, Mr. Traumatic, Isometric, Lucas Lyon, Two Badder, Michael de Souza. What's he called? Rise Above. Can't remember his name. Double L. MC or some shit. Inspector Veg there. Guidance, is that? Slugs, T-Mind, Bespoke, Flowmatic, MC Words, Mew3. So yeah, that's the gang, and yeah, a lot of these, we're in a group chat and we're calling about the vision for the future, and this is also kind of like my baby now. So I'm working on OXSN, but half of my work is going into this conscious rapper community. So please check us out on YouTube, Instagram, SoundCloud, etc. And hit us up if you want to join the group chat. So you didn't even say who runs this. Yo man, CRZ is not about any single person. It's about brothers and sisters coming together in unity for conscious rap. The creator of this page does not want to draw attention to themselves, as goes against the something of the community. If you'd like to know, please jump on the DMs, and the creator's name is not posted on the page. That's quite cool. See, he doesn't like to toot his own horn like that. I respect that. But yeah, what I was, because basically, yeah, I'm getting working on the conscious rapper community, and we're all, you know, I'm doing a lot of talk about what I'd like to do, and so is everyone else. But I warned them that I have just been a lot of talk in the past, and due to my mental turbulence and the reality of my actual situation as a human being, I can't guarantee what I'm capable of. I need space to figure out my life, as I'm in the midst of an existential and midlife crisis type thing. So yeah, I told him that. I said, like, there's no actual problem in the present moment exactly, but I can anticipate, judging by my past, for the most part, if you get me. It's consistently not easy for me. I don't know, look, I'm grateful. I'm just being a princess. It is easy for me, physically, I guess. I mean, like, I've got people, I'm complaining about a life that people would only dream to have, is the truth, so. But that doesn't change the fact of the severe mental turbulence and things, and how I've been feeling. Like, regardless of the reason for it, or if it's my fault, I've just told you my experience recently, and yeah. But yeah, I'll be back soon. I hope to soup up my content and change it and give you more value-packed stuff, editing stuff and that. But it's like, this is why my content is on a whim as well, because I was editing my content back in the day, but when I became unstable, I stopped editing in that nature, mostly due to, because yeah, I don't have the time or the stability to edit a video. Like, for example, like, one of, like, this is like my best video, basically. If you check on my Instagram, here. You can tell by the thumbnail if you can see it. This thumbnail took me hours. And the actual video itself also took me a very long time. And I used to edit a lot. Basically this video took me like 6 months to get out due to the task of editing and the mental instability I was going through. While I made this video, I was in a very deep depression.
There's one simple hearing hack anyone can use.
Fuck off, sorry. But yeah, at least I'm not in that now. When I started my YouTube, actually I'll show you that, to be fair. If we go on here, on my Rumble, if we go to the almost at the very beginning, when I was speaking about my depression and how that results in my attitude of being kind of like a bit careless or not caring what people think, kind of, I will show you here. So yeah, when I started my channel, I was in the deepest depths of depression. Not straight away, because my first video, well, my second video, I was talking about how I'd overcome all my addictions and because I was at like a peak psychedelic state. But I was really sinking and losing my mind. If you want to see I got a demo song called Osmosis or Psychosis. That does justice to the vibe that I was kind of going through, and you can see my content goes way back. Here it is, Osmosis. Oh my god, a lot of people disliked that apparently. Oh, quite a few. I got quite a few consistent dislikes around this time, which is interesting. They must be newish. I didn't really see those. But I don't know. Who cares? But yeah, that go check out Osmosis or Psychosis demo by myself, and that is the vibe of how I was kind of feeling. But I will play you now this 1 minute. So someone asked me what was up. This clip that you're about to hear is actually recorded on a mushroom trip. This was about 1.5 years ago, while I was super deeply losing my mind. My old live streams like these, that's where it's like these 7-gram live mushroom trip, like they're fucked. I'm literally like, I should not have been live streaming like that on 7 grams. I was just too immature. But look, this was a voice note I sent to someone because they asked me if I was alright because I put help me on my story finally. I didn't want to put that on my story, but it's like I was so depressed and psychotic for so long that I needed to say something. But yeah, they asked me how am I, and I sent a few messages, but yeah, I sent them this message while I was on mushrooms. And I actually put this in the Osmosis thing as well. But yeah, this is just to show, it's called Depression, the title of the video. This was one of my first videos I uploaded. And this was at the beginning of my super radical spiritual awakenings, when I first, like, when I was in my honeymoon phase of psychedelics. Like, I'd done them for like over 1 year before, and then I had like a break for like 1 year, and then I'd done them loads again. And first I felt very empowered, but really I just started to lose my mind. And then it was things like this that made my father remove me from my flat like 3 times, and I had extreme turbulence. But yeah, here's a voice message of me being sad.
I just feel like it's getting, I don't know what happened, like, I was so happy in things, and I was so vibrant, and then this darkness just, like, creeped into everything. And now, everything's really difficult. But I saw constructed by my own mind. All of my problems. I created all of them, and I feel like such an alien. Because no one's... I'm so alone. I can't talk to no one because I'm on like a completely different wavelength. And I can't understand fucking anyone I talk to, and I just feel like I'm fucking losing my mind. I don't know. I don't really know what there is to say about that. I don't expect you to really have anything to say.
Everybody knows, I can see when they talk to me, everybody knows. Try to follow what you dream, so you better be good at it, cause you're gonna live by it. And the urge I've had before, climbing the wall, just to fall flat on the floor. So let your ego down, start to analyse your life, the kind of shit that makes you wanna drive off overnight. So rebuilding, try to meditate so I don't live for these limits.